Chapter 25:14. Sure enough, everyone in the hall seemed to have been frozen in place. The people from the 9 heavens, sacred ground, and the myriad thunder, sacred ground, cried out in horror, "Fellow cultivator, help us break the seal!" The 5 elements palace elder waved his staff and broke the seal on these people. These people frantically retreated. The people in the passageway were filled with terror. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon's pupils shrank. They felt that their bodies had been imprisoned by the void, and they could not move at all. They could only watch as the terrifying attack came toward them. "Look, those two have been frozen." The martial artists in the passage were shocked when they saw this. That was for sure. Once the 5 elements seal was activated, it would seal the heavens and earth. Nothing could escape. Didn't they see that the elites from the other 2 sacred grounds were also sealed? If the 5 elements palace had not broken the seal, they probably would not have been able to escape. What? It's so terrifying. Those people trembled. Indeed, they felt a sealing power revolving around them. Furthermore, this was because they were very far away from the sealing power. One could only imagine how Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were suppressed. Ha 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 ha. When the elders of the 5 elements palace saw this scene, they all laughed loudly. See, this is the power of the 5 elements palace's treasure. The 5 elements saint also heaved a sigh of relief. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Previously, the other party had caused him to suffer such serious injuries. He swore that he would cut the other party into pieces. He would not let the other party die so easily. He wanted to torture the other party. The people from the 9 heavens, sacred ground, and the myriad thunder, sacred ground, also surrounded them. They all laughed maliciously. Among them, the people from the 9 heavens, sacred ground, looked even more ferocious. "Fellow cultivator, can you let us deal with this kid?" They were too angry because the other party might have killed their saint. If they did not capture the other party, they would not be able to explain it to their sacred ground. First, cripple their cultivation and break their limbs. They will not be able to escape. The people from the myriad thunder, sacred ground, said viciously, "Yes, I want to see his body and soul destroyed with my own eyes." The 5 elements saint was filled with killing intent. Waves of killing intent and malicious voices echoed between heaven and earth. The people in the passage were shocked when they heard this. Heavens, it's over. These 2 are probably not going to survive. That was for sure. Although he was strong, he was still unable to contend against the 3 holy lands. What a pity. Such a genius could very well become a great emperor in the future. So what? A genius who couldn't grow up was nothing. Sighs could be heard one after another. These people were all sighing for Lin Xian. However, the people from the 3 holy lands were sneering. The elders of the 9 heavens, holy ground, and 5 elements palace could no longer hold themselves back and rushed forward. The 2 of them instantly arrived near Lin Xian and Crimson Shinong, wanting to destroy their cultivation bases. Then they cut off their limbs. Humph! Upon seeing this, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Looking at the elder of the 9 heavens holy ground, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Golden runes shone in the sky. Although he couldn't move at the moment, his eye technique wasn't affected. Indeed, the elder of the 9 heavens holy ground screamed in agony as his body contorted uncontrollably. He retreated like a madman as the black necklace on his neck broke into pieces. This was the weapon that protected his soul. Under the effect of soul ignition, it broke into pieces. Ah! The elder of the 9 heavens, holy ground, screamed in agony. His soul was severely injured, and he screamed in agony. This scene caused everyone to be stupefied. They didn't expect that even though Lin Xian was immobilized, he could still injure an almighty with just a look. Such a move was heaven-defying. Damn it. This kid's soul power is still there. Hurry up and defend. Seeing this, the people of the 9 heavens, holy ground, roared in anger. They took out all the soul defense, weapons they could use to protect their souls. The people of Five Elements Palace and Nine Heavens, Holy Ground, did the same. Whoosh! Among them, the elder of Five Elements Palace had already arrived in front of the Crimson Dragon. He revealed a sinister smile. This was because the Crimson Dragon didn't have the same eye technique as Lin Xian. Wah! The Crimson Dragon indeed didn't have any eye technique. At this moment, he opened his mouth and spat out a ball of dragon flame. The dragon flame contained a trace of dragon blood. It immediately covered half of the elder of Five Elements Palace. The elder screamed in agony as half of his body melted. He flew back while screaming in agony. Damn it! What kind of move is this? It's fire. He actually has such a strange flame. Once he killed this snake, he would definitely take out his inner core. Angry roars and roars could be heard. The people of Five Elements Palace stared at the Crimson Dragon. The people of Nine Heavens, Holy Ground, stared at Lin Xian. Kill! They charged forward once again. After immobilizing their opponent, they were still injured. This made them feel ashamed. This could be said to be a great humiliation. They had to kill their opponent alone. Humph! The Five Elements Saint snorted. This time, he was going to do it himself. Although he was severely injured, the Five Elements Palace had many treasures to help him suppress his injuries. His damaged body had also recovered. However, his face was still a little pale. He stared at Lin Xian. Kid, I'll pay you back 10,000 times, no, 100,000 times for the injuries you received. He once again formed a Five Elements world and circled behind Lin Xian before beginning his attack. He was afraid of Lin Xian's eyes. Seeing this, Lin Xian laughed. Five Elements Saint, I have to say, you're really a piece of trash. I've been immobilized, but you don't dare to attack me directly? Ha ha! Merciless laughter rang out, and the people of Five Elements Palace cried out. The Five Elements Saint was so angry that he vomited blood. The people around him were terrified. Yes, Lin Xian was already in such a state. It could be said that other than his eye technique, there was nothing else he could do. Such a person was no different from a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. However, the Five Elements Saint didn't even dare to attack him directly. He only sneaked behind his opponent to attack. It had to be said that it was indeed surprising. It seemed that the Five Elements Saint was completely frightened by his opponent. The people of Five Elements Palace roared. So what? As long as we kill you, our saint is still invincible. Invincible? How could a piece of trash like him be called invincible? Lin Xian snorted. No matter what, you'll definitely die today. The Five Elements Saint's cold voice came from behind. A terrifying killing intent mixed with the Five Elements realm pressed down. This time, the Five Elements Saint didn't hold back. Buzz! Buzz! Lin Xian couldn't move, and he didn't use his eye technique. Countless sword qi burst out from his body, as if it had turned into a rain of swords, rushing toward the back. Boom! 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 The sky full of sword qi blasted on the Five Elements realm, making shocking collisions. Heaven and earth trembled again, and countless cracks appeared. What? He can still attack. Oh my God, it can't be. Wasn't he immobilized? Those people were crazy. Chapter 25:15. The people from the Nine Heavens, Sacred Ground, and Myriad Thunder, Sacred Ground, were shocked. The people from the Five Elements Palace were even more shocked. That's not right. The Great Five Elements seal not only seals the body, but it can also seal one's strength. How did he manage to attack? These people have gone crazy. The Five Elements Saint was even more shocked. He did not expect his opponent to be able to release sword qi. No matter what, his opponent could not escape now. He activated the Five Elements power like a madman. On the other side, the people from the Nine Heavens, Sacred Ground, and Myriad Thunder, Sacred Ground, attacked again. They used their most powerful super skills, wanting to cripple Lin Xian together. As long as they crippled him, he would not be able to cause any more trouble. At that time, they would be able to slaughter him. Brat, let's see how you die this time. The elders from the 5 elements palace sneered. The people from the 9 heavens, sacred ground, looked even more ferocious. I will use your blood as a sacrifice to our saint. Brat, you are too arrogant. Do you really think you are invincible? There are many people who can kill you. The people from the myriad thunder, sacred ground, said coldly. The 3 sacred grounds emitted a dazzling light that enveloped Lin Xian. It's over. That brat is dead. When the surrounding people saw this, they sighed. The crimson dragon also roared. He let out a dragon roar and tried to break free. However, he could not do so for the time being. Lin Xian felt a sense of danger, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. What? You want to kill me with just the great 5 element seal? You are still far from it. His aura exploded as the great dragon sword soul in his body circulated. Rays of sword light appeared on his body. A dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared on his body and kept circling. The surrounding sword light became more and more piercing, as if it was going to pierce through the sky. Damn it! Attack! Don't give him a chance to resist. The 5 elements saint roared. He felt that something was wrong with his opponent, especially his opponent's sword chi. He had experienced it many times. It was so sharp that it made him feel despair. Therefore, he would not give his opponent a chance. Ka! Roar! However, they had underestimated Lin Xian and the great dragon sword spirit. The power unleashed by the number 1 offensive saint art in the world was definitely beyond the imagination of these people. The roar of a dragon and the cry of a sword rang out. Between heaven and earth, the dragon's sword shadow slashed in all directions. Countless cracks appeared in the void, with Lin Xian as the center, spreading in all directions. Boom! The space he was in completely collapsed, and black holes appeared one after another. Lin Xian, on the other hand, let out a long howl. His figure flashed, and he instantly escaped from the black hole. What? He had escaped. How could this be? Damn it, hurry up and kill him! Angry shouts rang out one after another. The people of the 3 holy lands were stunned. The warriors in the surrounding passageways were even more shocked. Roar! The crimson dragon also let out a dragon roar. Its huge body shook the void as it escaped from inside. Damn it, you actually dared to trap Ben Huang. I'll cook you all and eat you later. At this moment, the crimson dragon's body expanded, and it turned into a true peerless demon king. The dragon blood in its body surged. With a swing of its dragon tail, it directly shattered the void. It was like 100,000 mountains pressing down. The people of the 3 holy lands vomited blood. Kill! Lin Xian also let out a roar. The great dragon sword spirit continued to rise, and the ancient dragon abyss sword was swung out. Spurt! An elder of the myriad thunder holy land was sent flying. The lightning crutch in his hand was split into 3 pieces. His body was also split into 3 pieces, floating in the sky. Ah! A miserable voice rang out. That elder was screaming nonstop. Lin Xian, on the other hand, swept out in all directions. Not good. Damn it. Counterattack. The 5 elements saint, myriad thunder holy land, and 9 heavens holy land roared crazily. They realized that the other party's combat strength had increased again. Damn it. Could it be that the other party did not use his full strength before? How could it be? Is he trying to run? Seeing the 5 elements saint keep retreating, Lin Xian sneered. The azure dragon hand stretched out and turned into a coiling dragon picture, enveloping the other party. Scram! The 5 elements saint roared and struck out his 5 elements world to fight against the coiling dragon picture. The 2 forces collided in the sky, creating a tsunami-like energy wave. The coiling dragon picture was blocked, and the 5 elements saint was also forced back. Whoosh! A dragon shadow appeared under Lin Xian's feet. He was extremely fast, and in an instant he was near the 5 element saint. You felt good when you sneak attacked me, right? Now have a taste of my attack. The fourth seal on his ancient dragon abyss sword was undone, and an unbelievable sword chi burst out. No, the 5 elements saint screamed and instantly summoned his 5 clones to resist. However, this sword was truly too terrifying. His 5 clones were destroyed in an instant. His main body was also sent flying, vomiting blood. The 5 elements world was split into 2 by the sword. Another sword slashed out, and everyone felt their scalps go numb. They were scared out of their wits by this sword chi. The 5 elements saint screamed again and again. This time, one of his arms was chopped off. He wanted to escape, but at this moment a golden light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. A pair of cold golden eyes appeared in the sky. Ah, the 5 elements saint screamed. His soul seemed to have been ignited, and he rolled in the sky. His speed of escape also slowed down. Sky-piercing sword. The dragon's sword shadow appeared on Lin Xian's body and enveloped him. He held the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand, and the 4 seals were undone. He turned into a sharp sword light and flew out. Whoosh! Poof! All the light between heaven and earth dimmed, and only a sword light was left in the sky. At this moment, everyone stopped attacking. They turned their heads and stared blankly at the scene. With a poochy sound, blood splattered everywhere. No, the people from the 5 elements palace screamed. The people from the 9 heavens, sacred ground, and the myriad thunder, sacred ground gasped. This was because the 5 element saint's head had been chopped off, and his corpse fell to the ground. However, the 5 elements saint was not dead. His head screamed and turned into a stream of light, trying to break through the void and escape. How could he escape? Lin Xian stretched out his hand, and the sun, moon, and stars revolved around him, sealing the entire space. In the next moment, he grabbed the 5 element saint's head and brought it to his side. Then he activated soul ignition and completely burned his soul into ashes. Whoosh! Lin Xian held the 5 elements saint's head with one hand and the ancient sword in the other. He swept it in all directions. Who else? If you want to die, come here. Stunned. Everyone was stunned. The people from the 3 sacred grounds were stunned. The people in the passageway were all trembling. Fear, infinite fear, spread throughout their bodies. That was the 5 element saint, the top genius of the younger generation. The future master of the 5 elements holy land was actually killed by someone here. Is this kid still human? Demon King. He is definitely a demon king. In the future, they must not provoke him. Those people swallowed their saliva. The people from the 3 sacred grounds came back to their senses and roared crazily. Among them, the people from the 5 elements, sacred ground, kept screaming. The elders wailed, and their tears turned into a rain of blood that sprinkled all over the place. Chapter 25:16. Dead. Their holy son had been killed in front of everyone. His head was even in the other party's hand. This made them want to die. How were they going to explain it to the sacred ground when they returned? Ah, kill him. You must kill him. The people of the 5 elements palace roared crazily. At this moment, they had lost their minds. Everyone's eyes were red, and their bodies were surrounded by a murderous aura as if they had turned into demons. The people of the 9 heavens, sacred ground, were also roaring. They did not expect that apart from their holy son, even the 5 elements' holy son had been killed. This was definitely an earth-shattering earthquake. Although the people of the 10,000 thunder sacred ground were frightened, they were relieved. Fortunately, their holy son had been randomly teleported away by the black quicksand. Otherwise, he would probably be dead now. Therefore, at this moment, the elders of the 10,000 thunder sacred ground were secretly delighted. But soon, these people of the 10,000 thunder sacred ground were stunned and even frightened. Their faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. That was because in a passage next to them, a thunderous figure cut through the void and quickly arrived at the main hall. The 10,000 thunder Holy Sun. This figure was the 10,000th Thunder, Holy Sun. Previously, he had been randomly teleported away by the black quicksand, but he had finally returned. As soon as he appeared, the 10,000 Thunder Holy Sun released a sea of lightning that filled the entire sky. He roared coldly, "Damn brat, come and die!" He was really mad. Before he could make a move, he had been teleported away. Moreover, the teleportation distance was very far. He had spent a lot of effort to rush back here. Therefore, he swore that he would join hands with the 5 elements Holy Sun. He would torture him to death. But soon he was stunned, because he realized that no one responded. The entire main hall was silent. Everyone looked at him with a strange expression. The elders of the 10,000 Thunder sacred ground were even more furious. The people in the passage also swallowed their saliva. The 10,000 Thunder Holy Sun had come at this time. Wasn't he walking into a trap and dying in vain? Sure enough, the elders of the 10,000 Thunder sacred ground roared crazily. "Holy Sun, leave quickly! Leave quickly!" They were about to go crazy. Previously, they were secretly delighted that their Holy Sun was not here and could avoid a calamity. However, they did not expect that just as they finished speaking, their saint would charge over from afar. They had to quickly remind the chosen to leave. Otherwise, who knew what crazy things this kid would do? Leave quickly? What did he mean? The 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun was stunned. He frowned. Why did these elders want him to escape? What did she mean by that? She didn't look up to him? He snorted coldly and turned to look at Lin Xian. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he thought, "Damn brat, I will definitely—" Before he could finish, he was stunned. He realized that Lin Xian was holding a head in his left hand. That head belonged to the 5 element saint. Damn it, what happened? The 10,000 Thunder saint shuddered, and his heart almost jumped out of his chest. The 5 elements saint's head was held in the other party's hand, and there was no sign of life. What was going on? Could it be that the 5 elements saint was killed? Holy Sun, leave now! Seeing the 10,000 Thunder Sage in a daze, the 10,000 Thunder Sages, elders, roared angrily again. At the same time, they rushed over crazily to protect the 10,000 Thunder Sage. The 5 elements saint has been killed by this kid. Holy Sun, leave now! The elders roared again. What? He was really killed. The 10,000 Thunder Sage's pupils shrank, and his mind went blank. How could this be? The 5 elements saint was a genius like him. How could anyone kill him? Even if other saints wanted to kill them, it would be very difficult. After all, everyone was of the same level and had many trump cards. Unless it was an invincible challenger or a peak 8-star, a late-stage 8-star powerhouse could defeat a saint, but it was impossible to kill him. Therefore, the 10,000 Thunder Sage did not believe it at all. Although the 9 Firmament Saint had been killed before, they did not think that it was Lin Xian who did it. They knew how difficult it was to kill a saint. They said that Lin Xian was the murderer to find an excuse to kill him. But now the 5 Elements Saint had been killed by him. He couldn't help but suspect that the 9th Firmament Saint might have been killed by the other party as well. Thinking of this, a trace of horror appeared in the 10,000 Thunder Sage's eyes. He did not dare to stay any longer and turned to escape. "Brat, you just wait and see what happens this time. It won't end like this. Let's go." Of course, the 10,000 Thunder Sage did not want to admit that he had escaped. So he left a few words and left with his men. At least, he would not lose too much face. "You want to leave? I think you'd better go to hell and accompany the 5 Element Saint. That way, the 2 of you won't be lonely on the road to hell." Lin Xian's murderous aura surged as he charged over again. "Damn it! How dare you attack our saint?" The elders of the 10,000 Thunder sacred ground roared crazily. Lin Xian waved his hand and threw the 5 Elements Saint's head out. With a bang, it was blown up by the elders of the 10,000 Thunder sacred ground. Damn it! When the people of the 5 Elements Palace saw this, Their eyes turned red. They stared at Lin Xian with murderous aura. At the same time, they also stared at the elders of the 10,000 Thunder, sacred ground. The elder of the 10,000 Thunder, sacred ground hurriedly said, "Brothers of the 5 Elements Palace, this has nothing to do with us. The 5 Elements Saint was killed by this kid. We should join forces and take him down." "Take me down? Humph, you're already trying to escape. Do you want to drag the 5 Elements Palace down with you?" Lin Xian began to sow discord. Sure enough, the people of the 5 Elements Palace looked unfriendly. They stared at the 10,000 Thunder, sacred ground with cold eyes. The people of the 9 Heavens, sacred ground, also walked out. The 10,000 Thunder, sacred ground obviously wanted to retreat now because their saint had not been killed. However, the people of the 5 Elements Palace and the 9 Heavens, sacred ground, were different. Their saint had been killed by the other party, but they still wanted to fight to the death with the other party. "Do you want to leave, 10,000 Thunder Sage?" The people of the 5 Elements Palace gritted their teeth. The elder of the 10,000 Thunder, sacred ground, braced himself and said, "You've seen it too. This kid's strength is too terrifying. I think we should leave for the time being and think of a long-term plan. Otherwise, more people will die." As soon as these words came out, the faces of the people of the 5 Elements Palace and the 9 Heavens, sacred ground, turned black. What a joke! How could they stop it this time? The murderous aura on their bodies became stronger and stronger. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He stared at the 10,000 Thunder Sage and said, "I've said it before. You can't escape." As he spoke, he raised his hand and slashed with his sword. A terrifying sword light slashed forward. "Get lost!" The 10,000 Thunder Sage roared, and the elders were scared out of their wits. Bang! The 10,000 Thunder Sage's lightning palm was split open by the sword. Not only that, he felt that his entire arm was cracked. A sword wound appeared on his arm. Blood gushed out, and even his bones were exposed. Chapter 25:17. Damn it! How could his sword chi be so powerful? The 10,000 Thunder Saint's expression changed in an instant. He did not dare to fight back. After all, his opponent had killed the 5 Element Saint. He was afraid that his opponent's strength had surpassed his. Boom! The 10,000 Thunder Saint roared, and lightning intertwined in the sky, forming a sea of lightning. He turned around and left. However, he was still one step too late. Lin Xian waved his hand, and 108,000 golden swords quickly intertwined and cut off the 10,000 Thunder Saints' escape route. At the same time, the sky-reaching divine wood descended from the sky, trying to suppress him. Boom! The divine wood was like a giant pillar that crushed the void, tore apart the sea of lightning, and blasted the 10,000 Thunder Saints' body. Uft! The 10,000 Thunder Saint vomited blood and flew backward. All the bones in his body were shattered. Ah! He flew out for a long time before he stopped. Then, with a roar, lightning crackled all over his body, and all the broken bones were reborn again. Damn kid, don't go too far! The 10,000 Thunder Saint roared crazily. He was a saint after all. How dare his opponent treat him like this? That drove him crazy. What? You want the treatment of a saint? You want me to be respectful to you? Fine. Lin Xian sneered. Then I'll invite you to die. He turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed out. The biting cold sword light shrouded the void and slashed forward. The Thunder God Bracelet. The 10,000 Thunder Saint was also angry. He opened his mouth and spat out a Thunder God Bracelet. It was covered with terrifying runes. It was one of his trump cards, called the Thunder God Bracelet. At this moment, the Thunder God Bracelet appeared in the air and whistled forward. Boom! In an instant, it shattered the sword light that filled the sky and erupted with an incomparably powerful lightning power. The Thunder God Bracelet was a trump card. It was said to be indestructible and could destroy everything. That brat, surnamed Lin, also walked the path of a firm and fierce cultivation method. Between the two of them, who would be the stronger one? The martial artists in the passage were discussing animatedly. They were somewhat looking forward to it. The 10,000 Thunder Saints' confidence also soared after his successful attack. From the looks of it, the other party was only SOZO. Could it be that the other party had used the saint's hand bone to kill the 5-element saint? Although he hadn't seen it, he didn't believe that the other party could kill a holy sun by relying on his own strength. In the next moment, he activated the lightning god's bracelet again and charged forward. Instantly, the surrounding sword chi was all sent flying. Ha ha ha, you're just SO. Today, I will avenge the 5-element saint. The 10,000 lightning Saint Sun let out a long roar. Instead of running away, he attacked. The Holy Sun. These elders were worried about the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun. They wanted to remind him to leave. However, Wan Lei Sheng still rushed over and fought with Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled into a strange smile. Great 5-element seal. A cold voice came out of his mouth. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. What? Great seal of 5 elements? What was this kid talking about? He also knows the 5 elements great seal? Heavens, what kind of joke was this? The great seal of 5 elements was the supreme secret technique of the 5 elements palace. Other than the 5-element saint and a few of the elders, no one else could learn it. This kid is obviously not from the 5 elements palace. How could he know the great seal of 5 elements? That's right. I think he's just trying to scare the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun. Although that kid also knows the power of 5 elements, he can't use the great seal of 5 elements. However, these people were soon stunned. This was because they found that the lightning god's bracelet was fixed in midair. Buzz! 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 The lightning god's bracelet shone brightly, and countless lightning runes flashed on it. It was very terrifying. However, at this moment, it couldn't move at all. Not only that, but the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun's body was also stiff, as if he had been enchanted. What? He was really sealed. How could this be? These people were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The people of the 5 elements palace screamed. Whoosh! In front of him, a sword light slashed over and slashed the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun, sending him flying. The 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun's armor was split open. Blood flowed out like a river of blood, dyeing the void red. Poof! He kept retreating. Ah! The 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun roared crazily. He was finally frightened. It was too terrifying. His opponent's strength was far beyond his imagination. He didn't dare to fight anymore. Revenge for the 5 elements Saint Sun could go to hell. He just wanted to take back the lightning god's bracelet and leave quickly. Boom! The lightning god's bracelet trembled, and endless lightning burst out like a vast sea, piercing through the surrounding void. Whoosh! It directly broke all the seals and rushed out. Huh! Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect the lightning god's bracelet to break through. He didn't expect the lightning god's bracelet to break through his seal so quickly. He simulated the great seal of 5 elements through the great dragon sword soul. Although it wasn't the real great seal of 5 elements, the effect of the seal was not weak at all. It seemed that the lightning god's bracelet was powerful enough to escape. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun heaved a sigh of relief. The lightning god's bracelet on his head turned around and fled. It turned into a flash of light and tore through the void. Just as he was about to escape, a divine dragon's tail slapped over and smashed half of his body. He was sent flying again and vomited blood. Who was it? The 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun roared. He was about to go crazy. It's me. The crimson dragon sneered. Your magic treasure is not bad. Leave it to Ben Huang. The crimson dragon's eyes lit up as he stared at the lightning god's bracelet. That was a good thing. The Crimson Dragon was very happy. Previously, he had snatched a Heaven Stage Elementary Treasure Chi Spear, and now he was eyeing the Lightning God's Bracelet. The Heaven Stage Treasure Chi Spear had the sole imprint of a peerless powerhouse on it, but the Crimson Dragon had forcibly sealed it. After the battle, he would slowly erase it. At this moment, he grabbed a spear and stabbed it out. Between heaven and earth, thousands of spear lights shot forward like rainbows. Stinky Snake, get lost. The 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun was furious. He waved the Lightning God's bracelet to fight against it. A shocking collision sounded, but at this time on the other side, Lin Xian also waved his long sword. He slashed the Lightning God's bracelet with his sword. The Crimson Dragon roared and waved his dragon claws, which kept enlarging. Like a red mountain, he enveloped the Lightning God's bracelet. Ha 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 ha! The Lightning God's bracelet is mine. The Crimson Dragon laughed strangely. Ah! Seeing this scene, the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun's expression changed. The elders of the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun roared. Damn it! He put down the Lightning God's bracelet. They attacked like crazy, trying to take back the Lightning God's bracelet. However, they were all destroyed by Lin Xian's sword chi. A sword slashed across the sky, cutting off the connection between these people and the Lightning God's bracelet. The Crimson Dragon grabbed it to the side, wanting to take it back. However, at this time his expression changed, because a terrifying killing intent suddenly erupted from the Lightning God's bracelet. It gushed out like a flood. Chapter 25:18. A terrifying killing intent suddenly burst out from the Thunder God bracelet. It gushed out like a flood. Damn it! The Crimson Dragon threw the Thunder God bracelet out in an instant. However, he was still affected. Bang! He was sent flying. A crack appeared on his dragon claw, and blood flowed out. Damn it! Ben Huang was in so much pain. The Crimson Dragon grimaced in pain and quickly drank all the dripping dragon blood. Its blood was very precious. It was unwilling to leave it for others to benefit. Lin Xian was also surprised. He knew that the Crimson Dragon's body was strong. Even a heaven-grade treasure might not be able to break it. But now there was a crack. What exactly was that shocking killing intent? It was the killing intent of an invincible king. There was actually the killing intent of an invincible king in the Thunder God bracelet. The Crimson Dragon cried out, Damn it! How dare you trick Ben Huang? What? The killing intent of an invincible king. No wonder. The people in the passage also understood. Indeed, they had seen the strength of the Crimson Dragon before, but they did not expect this killing intent to be the killing intent of an invincible king. An invincible king was a terrifying existence that they looked up to. A single glance could kill a peerless almighty. It could be said that it was extremely terrifying. The people of the Myriad Thunder Holy Land had gloomy faces, and the Myriad Thunder Holy Sun's face was even colder. Damn it, they couldn't kill him. They were too surprised. As these people knew, the killing intent of an invincible king could easily kill a peerless almighty. However, the other party didn't die. It was only a crack on his claw. This kind of injury was nothing to people of their level. Kid, be careful. This Thunder God bracelet is too damn evil. The dragon blood on the Crimson Dragon surged, and the crack on his claw was healed. Lin Xian's expression was extremely solemn. He did not expect that the Thunder God bracelet would contain the killing intent of a king. This was definitely something that could threaten his life. However, what puzzled him was that if there was such a terrifying killing weapon, why didn't the other party directly use it before? If that was the case, perhaps his injuries would be even more severe. Could it be that the killing intent of an invincible king couldn't be triggered? He could only use it passively? Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. He felt more and more that it was possible. Moreover, he guessed that invincible kings wouldn't have too much killing intent. Otherwise, the 10,000 Thunder Saint would not have escaped. the elders of the 10,000 lightning, Holy Land would not be so nervous. Thinking of this, the corner of his mouth raised into a cold smile. If that was the case, then things would be much easier. Humph! It's just a strand of the killing intent of an invincible king. You want to kill me? You guys are too naive. Lin Xian attacked again. What? This brat actually dared to resist the killing intent of an invincible king? Was he tired of living? Could it be that he still had some sort of trump card to rely on? The martial artists in the passageway discussed animatedly. As for the people from the 10,000 lightning, Holy Land, their faces darkened. Damn it! The 10,000 thunder saint waved his hand and controlled the thunder god bracelet to rush out. Brat, you are too arrogant and ignorant. Today, I will let you know the power of an invincible king's killing intent. Sure enough, between heaven and earth, a terrifying killing intent circulated, piercing through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Everyone trembled and crawled on the ground. Lin Xian also felt a great crisis. Countless sword lights surrounded his body, forming a dragon sword phantom that roared in the void. It fought against the killing intent of an invincible king. There was a loud rumble. Heaven and earth trembled, and Lin Xian retreated with a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, the 10,000 thunder saint laughed wildly. Did you see that, brat? An ignorant ant like you dares to compete with an invincible king? A wisp of killing intent can destroy you. What are you so arrogant for? Even if you hurt me, it was the power of an invincible king, not your power. I really don't know where you get your arrogance from. Lin Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. It's just a wisp of killing intent, not the true body of an invincible king. Do you really think you can kill me? So what if you're an invincible king? Next, I'll let you have a taste of the pressure of a sage. Lin Xian tore another corner of the sage's seal. Boom! A force that swept across heaven and earth surged out, and the killing intent of an invincible king was swallowed up like a boat in a storm. Damn it! This scene made the people of the 10,000 thunder, sacred ground, roar crazily. The people of the 9 heavens, sacred ground, and 5 elements palace also retreated to resist the pressure of the sage. But fortunately this time, Lin Xian only tore it for a short while and then sealed it again. This made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. The people of the 10,000 thunder, sacred ground were gloomy. The killing intent of an invincible king in their thunder god bracelet had been obliterated. Even if there was a wisp left, it was very little and couldn't exert its power at all. Ha 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 ha! The killing intent of an invincible king is nothing in front of a sage. The Crimson Dragon sneered arrogantly. Keep acting tough. Come and kill Ben Huang. Let's see if your invincible killing intent can still work. Lin Xian also brandished his sword and charged forward. The ancient dragon abyss sword turned into a giant sword and slashed down from the sky, crushing the void. It slashed on the thunder god bracelet. With a boom, the thunder god bracelet was sent flying again. At the same time, the sharp sword light slashed toward the 9 heaven saint. The 9 heavens saint's face changed drastically. He knew how powerful the sword chi was. If even the thunder god bracelet couldn't resist it, he was afraid that his body wouldn't be able to resist it, so he quickly retreated. At the same time, he controlled the thunder god bracelet to float above his head to resist. However, the power of the great dragon sword soul was beyond his imagination. If he still had the killing intent of an invincible king, he might be able to resist it. But now, the thunder god bracelet alone couldn't resist at all. Sure enough, after 3 slashes, the thunder god bracelet was sent flying again. The 4th slash cut the 10,000 thunder saint in half. The saint, the elders of the 10,000 thunder, sacred ground, went crazy. They went crazy and even burned their spiritual power. They rushed forward crazily, trying to save the 10,000 Thunder Saint. Half of them rushed toward the 10,000 Thunder Saint, while the other half crazily attacked Lin Xian. All kinds of secret techniques and treasures were thrown out desperately. Lin Xian didn't resist. His body shook and quickly retreated into the distance. This is great. After saving the saint, the people of the 10,000 Thunder, sacred ground, breathed a sigh of relief. Boom! 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 The 10,000 Thunder Saint's broken body was also reassembled. His face was pale and full of horror. Damn it! Run! Run! He didn't dare to stay here any longer. 6 or 7 elders gathered around him, and there were many disciples of the 10,000 Thunder sacred ground around him to protect him. The group of people quickly retreated. Lin Xian didn't chase after them. Instead, he sneered. Mysterious golden patterns appeared in his eyes. Not good, it's a soul power attack. Saint, quickly defend. The elders of the 10,000 Thunder, sacred ground, shouted crazily. They used all their soul defense treasures to cover the 10,000 Thunder Saint. Chapter 25:19. The elders of the 1,000 Thunder sacred land shouted frantically. They covered the 1,000 Thunder sacred sun with their soul, defense, magic treasures. The 1,000 Thunder sacred sun even activated his magic treasure. The opponent's soul power was no weaker than the sword chi. In fact, it was even weirder. Therefore, they didn't dare to be careless. They didn't expect that Lin Xian's soul power attack wasn't aimed at the 1,000 Thunder sacred sun. Instead, it was aimed at an elder next to the 1,000 Thunder sacred sun. This elder was very close to the 1,000 Thunder sacred sun, just to his left. Moreover, just now, this elder even gave his soul defense magic treasure to the 1,000 Thunder sacred sun. It could be said that there was no defense at all. It had to be said that these elders were really dutiful. They would rather have their souls destroyed to protect the 1,000 Thunder sacred sun. However, this also gave Lin Xian a chance. Lin Xian didn't use soul ignition. He used another magic power, divine guidance. It was a kind of controlling eye technique. In other words, it could temporarily control someone's soul, and thus that person. Lin Xian's current soul power was so powerful that it had surpassed that of a peerless almighty, coupled with the heavenly secret divine eyes. Although the opponent's elder was also a peerless almighty, he was still controlled in an instant. A strange light appeared in his eyes, and his body was out of control. A long saber appeared in his hand, and then he slashed at the 1,000 Thunder sacred sun. He raised his hand, and the saber fell. The 1,000 Thunder sacred sun was split in half, and blood spurted out. What's going on? The 1,000 Thunder sacred sun was split in half. What happened? Everyone was stunned. Could it be that Lin Xian made a move again? No, who is it? It was the elder of the 1,000 Thunder sacred land. The martial artists in the surrounding passageways went crazy. Not to mention them, the people of the 5 Elements Palace and the 9 Heavens sacred land were also stunned. Those of the 1,000 Thunder sacred land were even crazier. Damn it, what are you doing? The people next to him hurriedly sent the elder flying with a palm strike. The elder's bones were broken, and half of his body turned into a bloody mist. He screamed miserably and flew out, smashing through the void. However, the pain also woke him up from the illusion. When he found out what he had done, he screamed like a madman. No, damn it, that wasn't my intention. I'm being controlled. However, the people from the 10,000 Lightning Holy Land reacted as if they were facing a great enemy and refused to allow them to approach. On the other side, the 10,000 Thunder Saint screamed crazily. He didn't expect to be struck by his own people. This caused his injuries to worsen. Fortunately, although he was seriously injured, it was not fatal. His body slowly healed. However, right at this moment, an ice-cold voice sounded from behind him. Do you still want to recover? Go to hell and accompany the 5 Element Saint. No, The 10,000 Thunder Holy Sun roared crazily, "Save me!" The elders of the 10,000 Thunder Holy Land went crazy. They wanted to save him. However, it was already too late. During the chaos just now, Lin Xian showed his extreme speed and arrived behind the 10,000 Thunder Saint. A dragon-shaped sword shadow condensed in his hand. With a slash, the great dragon sword spirit annihilated everything, directly destroying the opponent's mind and spirit. Boom! The 10,000 Thunder Saint's body, which had not yet recovered, exploded again and turned into a bloody mist. This time, not even his bones were left. He turned into a rain of blood, scattering in all directions. That soul was also destroyed by the piercingly cold sword light. The great dragon sword spirit was unparalleled. The 10,000 Thunder Saint was killed. Heavens! Everyone was going crazy. This was the third holy sun that had fallen. Although the ancient tomb was dangerous before, no holy sun had fallen. But who would have thought that 3 holy suns would fall in succession? Moreover, they were not killed by the powerful array formation in the ancient tomb. They were killed by a young man with great power. It's over. Great earthquake. It was definitely a great earthquake. The 3 holy lands would probably go crazy and hunt them down, regardless of everything. Sure enough, the 10,000 Thunder Saint screamed crazily. They began to burn their spiritual power, and their murderous aura was monstrous. At this moment, they could kill gods and Buddhas. Not only the 10,000 Thunder Saint, but also the 5 Elements Palace and the 9 Heavens Holy Land. At this moment, they also attacked recklessly. They sealed off all directions. They swore to kill the other party. Lin Xian waved his hand, and Rizalong quickly came in. He raised his hand and summoned the Black Earth, and the two of them entered. At the same time, Lin Xian completely tore open the seal of the saint's hand bone. Suddenly, a terrifying force surged out and flooded the entire space. Ah! Oh no, run! The people in the passage were so scared that their scalps went numb. They turned around and fled. In an instant, they were enveloped by the saint's pressure. They turned into a large bloody mist. Only some experts were able to escape. However, their bodies were also shattered. Only one of their heads remained intact and reassembled in the distance. Their faces were filled with horror. Hurry up and leave. These people did not dare to stay any longer, and they did not want to know how the battle was going. The saint's pressure was too terrifying. Damn it, was that kid crazy? How could he resist this power? Could it be that he wanted to die together with them? These people were terrified as they fled. In the main hall, the people from the 3 holy lands screamed again and again. They did not expect that the other party would dare to activate the saint's pressure. Previously, although they were terrified by the saint's hand bone, their lives were not threatened, because they knew that the other party did not dare to go all out. Otherwise, it would be difficult for the other party to survive. But now, the other party had gone all out. Why? They could not understand. In an instant, many elders and geniuses were pierced by the saint's pressure. Their bodies split open in the sky and turned into a bloody mist. It was sad and beautiful, but it made people despair. Hurry up and recall our land tokens. The elders of the 3 holy lands roared as if they had gone mad. An immortal palace floated over, and the door opened, storing the remaining people inside. A purple lightning pool descended, spreading terrifying lightning and also enveloping the remaining elders of the myriad thunder holy land. In the sky, the 5 elements flag rolled and enveloped the surviving people of the 5 elements palace. These 3 magic treasures had been resisting the saint's hand bone previously, so they could not use them. But now, the saint's hand bone had completely erupted, and they could not resist it. They quickly used these 3 magic treasures to protect the remaining people and prevent them from being killed. The remaining people had all gone into hiding. In the space, there was only the saint's pressure and the sea of blood that filled the sky. Although the people of the 3 holy lands had used their super trump cards, only a small number of people survived. About 1/5 of them. The rest of them were all killed. Moreover, even if they hid in their trump cards, they still suffered a fierce impact. The 3 magic treasures kept retreating, swaying in the sky. On the other side, inside the black earth, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon heaved a sigh of relief. They looked outside through the light screen. When they saw that the 3 holy lands had suffered heavy losses, the 2 of them laughed. Chapter 25:20. The Crimson Dragon sneered. You let these guys chase us. Now you know what it's like. But it's a pity that we didn't kill them all. It's already very good to be able to do this. It's impossible to kill them all. If we hadn't used the hand bone to block their 3 magic treasures, I'm afraid it would have been very difficult to kill the 5-element saint and the 1,000 thunder saint. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. The black earth kept swaying in the sky, also suffering a strong impact. However, this was a super spirit ship. Although the impact was fierce, it couldn't be broken at all. Therefore, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon weren't worried. They stabilized their bodies in midair and quickly communicated with each other. Lin Xian frowned. I'm very curious. Who killed the 9 firmament saint? You really didn't do it? The Crimson Dragon asked. Lin Xian shook his head. That's strange. That guy had the immortal palace. It seemed that this immortal palace could withstand the pressure of a saint. However, the 9 firmament saint was killed. What kind of method was this? Could it be that there were others who had the saint's magic treasures? Boy, be careful. Those who came in this time were all extremely terrifying people. There were even existences like the Saint Physique. Who knew if there were any mysterious people hiding here? For example, the Yi family and the Yaoguang sacred land both had imitations of extreme weapons. If the power was fully unleashed, it would be extremely terrifying. It was not inferior to the pressure of a saint. Perhaps there was another reason. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. What was the reason? The Crimson Dragon asked. A mole. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Remember when I used divine attraction to injure the 1,000 Thunder Saint? They couldn't react at all. Even if the 1,000 Thunder Saint was heavily protected, I still succeeded. Therefore, a mole was the most difficult to guard against. You mean someone inside the 9 firmament sacred land killed the 9 firmament saint? The dark red divine dragon sucked in a breath of cold air. What was he after? The 9 firmament saint's death was a great shock. Even if these people returned alive, they would be punished by the Holy Land. The Holy Land would definitely not let them off easily. What if the death of the 9th firmament saint was beneficial to that person? For example, he could become the new son of saint. You're saying that it was done by a successor candidate. The Crimson Dragon instantly understood. Indeed, the position of the Holy Son was very coveted. However, the Holy Son was usually very powerful and had a lot of support. It was impossible for others to plot against him. However, if a Holy Son was seriously injured and his whereabouts were unknown, then it was a different story. If he could quietly get rid of the other saints, there was a possibility that the other saints would become the next generation of saints. Then he would have the chance to become the future master of the Holy Land. To everyone, this was another form of temptation. Even the inner members of the 9 heavens, holy ground, would do something like this. After all, the human heart was the most vicious. Forget it. This matter has nothing to do with me. Let them fight each other. It would be best if they were torn apart. Lin Xian sneered. He prepared to take back the saint's hand bone and leave. Forming a seal with his palms, Lin Xian cast a few seals and floated out of the black earth. He flew forward, wanting to seal it again. However, this time he frowned. What's going on? The seal has failed. Lin Xian frowned. The Crimson Dragon was also puzzled. It shouldn't be. Let me try. He waved his dragon claws and cast a few seals. However, this time he also failed. F***CK, what's going on? Could it be that the seal can't work? Xiao, Xuanzi, how big of a seal did you tear? It's not too big. It's the same as before, 3 seals. Previously, when Lin Xian fought against the battle tribe's Zhanwuhan, he tore this kind of seal. At that time, he also successfully resealed the saint's hand bone. But now he realized that he couldn't reseal it. This was too unbelievable. When he fought against Zhanwuhan, he was only an early-stage 7-star king. Now he was already a mid-stage 7-star king. His strength and cultivation had undergone earth-shattering changes. It could be said that it should be easier to seal it. But now he realized that it was not like that at all. Oh no, this is strange. Something must have gone wrong. Damn it, this ancient tomb is too sinister. The Crimson Dragon was also scared. He had a feeling that this ancient tomb was definitely not simple. Now, the saint's hand bone was very likely because of the ancient tomb. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the seal on the saint's hand bone outside was broken again. Even more terrifying pressure swept across the area. This time, not only the entire hall, but the surrounding passageways and the distant space were all affected. Oh no! The black earth was instantly sent flying. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon's blood was also boiling. In addition, the martial artists of the 3 holy lands in the Immortal Palace, the Lightning Sea, and the 5 element flags were so scared that their scalps went numb. They could no longer care about anything else and quickly retreated. They turned into a stream of light and tore the void apart. Lin Xian did not leave. He stared at the saint's hand bone. Now he could also leave safely. However, he still had to seal the hand bone. So he stayed here. Crack! 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 At this moment, the surrounding void quickly shattered, and black holes appeared one after another and spread in all directions. Oh no, it's this situation again. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon's expressions changed. At this moment, not only them, but all the martial artists in the ancient tomb exclaimed. These people were scattered in all directions. Some were fighting for treasures, some were killing, and some were resisting the array formation. At this moment, without exception, cracks appeared in the void around them. This scene was extremely similar because not long ago they found that there were 99 heads of invincible kings in the bronze cauldron. Then the void shattered and they were teleported in all directions. Now the same thing was happening. Damn it, what's happening? These people screamed crazily. Could it be that someone else found the 99 heads of invincible kings? In the Yi family, Yi Wudao frowned. In the wavering light, sacred ground, the wavering light, saint's eyes flickered. The 108 godly demon halos around his body protected him. Could it be that there was something similar to the bronze cauldron and the 99 heads in the ancient tomb? Not only them, but Gu Santong Wuhua, Murong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, Xing Tian, and all the other experts were stunned. In the next moment, they were swallowed by the black hole and could not resist at all. On Lin Xian's side, the black earth was also swallowed by the black hole. Damn it! Lin Xian roared and used his last chance to cast another set of seals and float out. He did not know what happened next. The world spun and the surroundings were dark. After an unknown period of time, light finally appeared. This is... Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon hurriedly looked outside. They saw that the outside was incomparably vast and boundless. What is that place? Is it another strange space? The Crimson Dragon was shocked. Chapter 25-21. Is it another strange space? The Crimson Dragon was surprised. Lin Xian shook his head. No, look at the ground below. It's exactly the same as the ground of the palaces in the ancient tomb. It's filled with a desolate aura. I think we should still be in the ancient tomb. I guess that this should also be a large hall. It's just that the hall is too spacious and I couldn't see anything at all. Damn it, we've been teleported again. Could it be that the bone of the saint has triggered some mechanism in the ancient tomb? That's possible. Lin Xian nodded. The Crimson Dragon's mouth twitched. Xiao, Xuanzi, do you think the pressure emitted by the bone of the saint has triggered the corpse of the saint? Don't talk nonsense. Hearing this, Lin Xian was so scared that his scalp went numb. They couldn't even resist a wisp of the saint's pressure. If the ancient saint buried in the ancient tomb was resurrected or his corpse mutated, all of them would be finished. Not to mention the clan of the ancients, the peerless sacred grounds, or even the black earth. They couldn't do anything. The saint was too far away from them. One look from the saint could probably kill all of them. The Crimson Dragon was also shocked by his own thoughts. Impossible. He's been dead for tens of thousands of years. It's impossible for him to be resurrected. Suddenly the Crimson Dragon exclaimed, "Kid, the bone of the saint is back." Sure enough, they discovered that on the floor of the black earth, there was a white bone of a hand lying quietly. At this moment, the bone of the saint was sealed again. Great! Seeing this scene, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He waved his hand, and the bone of the saint floated into his hand. It's indeed sealed. He was worried that they would be teleported away. What would happen to the bone of the saint? Wouldn't they lose it? He didn't expect it to come back on its own. This is very strange. Don't move. Let's see where we are first. In the sky, spatial cracks appeared, and figures appeared one after another. It seemed that other than Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon, the others had also been teleported to the vast and boundless hall. More and more people appeared, and as soon as they appeared, they began to shine with boundless light as they formed a protective barrier. Then he looked around in bewilderment. What was that? When they saw the black spirit boat floating in the sky, they all looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy. With a flash of light, the spirit boat disappeared. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon appeared in the void. It was that brat. These people were shocked. They didn't expect it to be Lin Xian. We were teleported here as well. Lin Xian said indifferently. He didn't want to start a war for no reason. These people heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the other party had been teleported here, just like them. Damn it! What was going on? What happened? These people discussed animatedly. They didn't know that it was caused by Lin Xian's saint's hand bone. Otherwise, these people would have gone up and fought Lin Xian to the death. Young master. Xing Tian also teleported over. He immediately took a step forward and arrived beside Lin Xian. Other than him, Elder Li, Elder Lu, Elder Wang, Peacock, Hu Yidao, and the others all rushed over from all directions. Elder Brother Xian. Murong Qingqing also came. Lin Xian, Elder Brother. Shen Jingqiu ran over cheering. Lin Xian hugged the two of them in his arms and asked with concern, "Are the two of you injured?" Seeing the scene, the others were envious and jealous. F***CK. This is the pinnacle of life. That damn brat. How dare he show off his love on the spot? Someone go and destroy him. The sound of gnashing teeth could be heard. Boom! They stopped talking because a golden figure was teleported out of the sky. This person was tall and had a golden body. He was exuding vitality like an ancient demon god. Yi Wudao. Why do I feel that his aura has become stronger again? Heavens! Did this saint physique obtain some heaven-defying opportunity and break through? Everyone screamed in fear. The saints and saintesses also looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Indeed, they felt that Yi Wudao's aura was much stronger than before. Moreover, it wasn't his full strength. It was just the aura that he occasionally emitted when he stood there casually. He had broken through. The four symbols, saints, clenched their fists. It was unbelievable that he had broken through a small realm in such a short time. The saintess of the illusion palace's eyes also flickered. As expected of a saint physique, he actually had such a great opportunity. A prince of the Nine Li dynasty was also very envious. After Yi Wudao appeared, he stood in the void and looked around. Soon, he saw Lin Xian and greeted him with a smile. Lin Xian also responded. Behind Leaf Daudenier, the other elders and experts of the Yi clan hurried over to join him. After him, the Alcade Saint also arrived, and the light on his body became even brighter. Why do I feel that the Alcade Saint's aura is even stronger than before? After the Alcade Saint appeared, he also looked around. The light on his body was so bright that no one could see his expression clearly. Only his eyes were like divine lamps. Powerful figures arrived one after another. Among them, there was a handsome man in a green robe. He was handsome like a banished immortal. He was the Taishan saint of the Taishan sacred ground. As soon as he appeared, the light on his body quickly disappeared, and he looked like an ordinary person. Everyone glanced at him and didn't pay attention to him, because his aura seemed to be slightly weaker than the Alcade Saint and Yi Wudao. More and more people gathered. Among them, people from the 9 heavens, sacred ground, 5 elements palace, and 10,000 thunders, sacred ground, had all arrived. However, these people didn't know what had happened. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so calm. Among them, there was a man in the 9 heavens, sacred grounds crowd. His eyes were shining, and he looked very excited. When he looked up and saw Lin Xian in the sky, he immediately sneered. "Kid, let's see how you'll die later." He was a candidate of the 9 heavens, sacred emperor. Previously, he had done something big. If this matter spread, he believed that it would definitely shock everyone. Moreover, no one would suspect him. Everyone would suspect Lin Xian. In this way, not only did he benefit from it, but he also framed others. It could be said that he had killed many birds with one stone. Around them, where exactly was this place? The others were discussing it. Those elders also gathered together and began to quickly discuss the matter. Boom! Boom! However, at this moment, the sky split open again, and 3 powerful auras came over. As soon as the auras appeared, the void collapsed. Everyone's hair stood on end, and they retreated crazily. Some of the martial artists who retreated too slowly were directly sent flying. Damn it! Who is it? There's danger! Hurry up and defend! Cries of alarm sounded one after another. Everyone was on guard, but when they saw the attackers, they were stunned. In the sky, 3 black holes appeared. An immortal palace floated, and a lightning pool spread out. A 5 elements flag swayed in the sky. The 3 artifacts appeared in the sky. They didn't attack, but the aura that they emitted casually sent those people flying. Heavens! So powerful! This was the trump card of the 5 elements palace. 10,000 thunders, sacred ground, and 9 heavens, sacred emperor. Why did they use it? What happened to them? Everyone was discussing. Chapter 25-22. The people from the myriad thunders, sacred ground, 9 heavens, sacred ground, and 5 elements palace were also stunned. They quickly flew up to welcome them. They're here. Below them, the saint from the 9 heavens, sacred ground, sneered. Whoosh! In the sky, the immortal palace opened, and 7 or 8 elders walked out. They were not staggering, but their faces were pale and there was blood on their bodies. It was a shocking sight. What happened? The elites from the 9 heavens, sacred ground, who came to welcome them, saw this scene, and their hearts beat wildly. They had a bad premonition. Could it be that they had encountered a killing array in the ancient tomb? The others were also puzzled. The people from the 5 elements palace and 10,000 thunder, sacred ground, became nervous. Even the 9 heavens, sacred ground elder, who came out of the immortal palace, was injured. Then, would the people from the lightning pool and 5 elements palace be affected as well? Sure enough, when the people from the lightning pool and 5 elements palace walked out, they were also stunned, because these people's auras were weak and their eyes were red. Their killing intent was shocking, and their bodies were covered in a bloody light. What happened? They asked, and the others also watched with wide eyes. But in the next moment, they were stunned, because the elders of the 3 sacred grounds were crying together. They were crying like crazy. It was as if they were newborn children. Heavens, what's going on? Are these elders in a daze? A peerless, almighty expert was actually crying? These people couldn't believe their eyes. The elites from the 3 sacred grounds who came to welcome them were also stunned. What happened? Their hearts were beating faster and faster. It seemed that the situation was more serious than they had imagined. Wait, where's the saint? Where's the saint? The people from the 3 sacred grounds finally reacted. So many elites had come, and the others seemed to have arrived as well. Only the saints of the 3 sacred grounds were missing. Could it be that the saints of their sacred grounds were trapped by some kind of array? Our holy son has been killed. The people from the 5 Elements Palace were the first to scream. What? This voice was like a bolt from the blue, and the elites from the 5 Elements Palace fainted on the ground. The others also cried out in surprise, not daring to believe their own ears. The 5 Elements saint was killed? Heavens, that's impossible. I don't believe it. What a joke. Who dared to attack the 5 Elements saint? Who could kill the 5 Elements saint? Everyone was discussing it. In the crowd, the saint from the 9 heavens, sacred ground. What's going on? He was stunned. He was waiting for news. He knew that the saint of the 9 firmaments had been killed. If this news came out, it would definitely shock the world. However, the 5 Elements saint had actually been killed. Heavens! Was he the one who killed the 9 firmament saint? Why was the 5 Elements saint killed as well? What exactly happened? He didn't know. The other saints and saintesses also frowned. Yi Wu Dao, the all-Cade Holy Sun, and the Prince of the Grand Xiao all had grave expressions on their faces. Murong Qingqing and the others were also puzzled. Lin Xian coldly snorted. As expected, these people still came out alive. Our holy son has also been killed. We won't be able to answer to the Holy Land. The elders of the 9 heavens, sacred ground, and the myriad thunder, sacred ground, screamed in agony. Their faces were filled with despair. The people from the other 2 holy lands were also stunned when they heard the news. The 3 holy sons had all been killed. The countless experts, holy sons, and holy daughters in the hall were all dumbfounded at this moment. To be honest, when they first heard that the 5 Elements saint had been killed, they didn't believe it. However, when they thought about it carefully, it wasn't impossible. Although the 5 Elements saint was powerful, he was only average among all the holy sons. If there was a powerful holy son with enough trump cards, it wasn't impossible for him to kill the 5 Elements saint alone. However, no one was willing to kill a holy son and offend a holy land. Therefore, at first, they suspected that it might be some itinerant cultivator or a lunatic like the twin kings of Middle Ground. However, when they heard that the 9 heavens saint and the myriad thunder saint had also been killed, they couldn't accept it. They couldn't accept it. What a joke! The death of a holy son might be an accident. However, 3 holy sons had died together. What was going on? Could it be that they had encountered a peerless killing array in the ancient tomb? Their hearts beat wildly. After all, this was the ancient tomb of a holy son. There were some things left behind that they couldn't resist at all. For example, if the 99 heads of the invincible kings were released, not to mention 3 holy sons, even 30 holy sons wouldn't be able to resist it. The people from the 3 holy lands were too unlucky. Could it be that they had encountered a peerless killing array at the same time? The others discussed animatedly. The 9 heavens saint's face was also gloomy. How could there be such a coincidence? Well, it'll help me cover it up. However, that kid got off easy. He looked at Lin Xian. The eyes of the holy sons and holy daughters of the other holy lands flickered. The powerhouses of the 3 holy lands hurriedly asked, "Damn it, what did you say? How could our holy son be killed? What's going on? What's going on? Tell us, who killed our holy son?" Could it be that it was really a peerless killing array in the ancient tomb? It wasn't a peerless killing array. The elders of the 3 holy lands went crazy. They looked around. Then they stared in a direction. The surviving elders roared and pointed forward. "It's him. It's that kid. He was the one who killed our holy son." What? It wasn't a killing array. It was killed by someone. Who was it? Was it really the twin kings of Middle Ground? These people went crazy. They followed the fingers of the three Holy Lands elders and looked into the distance. Along the way, those martial artists who were pointed in the direction instantly dodged. Even the elders and holy sons also dodged. Their scalps went numb. What kind of joke was this? They didn't kill any holy son, and they didn't want to be the scapegoat. Therefore, in an instant, everyone ran away faster than rabbits. However, there was a group of people who didn't dodge. They were the people of Immortal Palace. Everyone looked in that direction. When they saw Lin Xian and the powerhouses of Immortal Palace, their scalps went numb. They weren't the twin kings of Middle Ground, but the people of Immortal Palace. Could it be that the powerhouses of Immortal Palace killed the three holy sons? But that shouldn't be the case. No matter how powerful the powerhouses of Immortal Palace were, they couldn't compete with the three holy lands. After all, if the three holy lands joined forces, even a clan of the ancients like the Yi family would have a headache, let alone Immortal Palace. For a moment, countless eyes fell on Lin Xian and the others. Among them, Shen Jingqiu, Murong Qingqing, and the others were also stunned. Peacock, Hu Yidao, and the others were also confused. The martial artists of Immortal Palace were even more stunned. Elder Li, Elder Wang, and Elder Lu were stunned as well. Xing Tian shouted coldly, "Nonsense!" Elder Li also stood out. "If you want to fight, we'll accompany you. But don't use such unnecessary excuses. We're not afraid of fighting you." The other two elders stood out. They were emitting powerful auras. The martial artists of Immortal Palace behind them also had cold expressions. What a joke! How dare they slander them? They wouldn't take the blame. Chapter 25-23. Damn it, do you think we're afraid of you? Today we'll kill all of you. The people from the three holy lands had gone mad. Their murderous aura surged like an ocean, sending chills down everyone's spines. What was going on? The surviving elders were going crazy. They were even willing to burn their life force and soul to attack. Could it be that this brat really did it? Holy Maiden! Everyone retreated. Seeing that a battle was about to break out, the elders of the Purple Dawn Holy Land and the Jade Lake Holy Land cried out in alarm. Their Holy Maiden was still beside Lin Xian. Lin Xian released the two girls and said, "You two, go back to your respective holy lands." "Big Brother Xian," Murong Qingqing shouted. Shen Jingqiu was also confused. They realized that Lin Xian hadn't explained anything. This made them have a thought, but they didn't dare to be sure. "Be good and go back." Lin Xian patted them on the back. Then, with a burst of energy, he pushed the two of them out. When the two of them returned to their respective sacred grounds, they still wanted to go back. However, they were held back by their respective elders. What a joke! Seeing the three holy lands fight to the death, they didn't want their holy maiden to take any risks. "Kid, you'll die today. No one in the heavens or on earth can save you. I'll use your blood as a sacrifice to our holy sun. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. I'll pull out your tendons, skin you alive, and refine your soul. I'll suppress you in hell forever. You and the rest of the Immortal Palace will not be spared." The cultivators from the three holy lands surrounded Lin Xian and the others with murderous intent. The others retreated frantically, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. However, Wu Hua, Gu Santong, Yi Wudao, and the others frowned. Wu Hua chanted Amitabha. "Brother Lin, do you need help?" Yi Wudao stepped forward. "If you want to fight, I'll accompany you." His golden blood surged to the sky, making people want to kneel. Seeing someone step forward, the cultivators from the three holy lands frowned. The surviving elders went crazy. Whoever dared to stop them would be dealt with together. They'd really gone crazy. What? Were these people from the three holy lands crazy? Were they going to wage war against the remote antiquity families? Lin Xian also spoke up when he saw the atmosphere becoming increasingly tense. "That's right, I did kill the 5-element saint and the 10,000 thunder saint." What? Everyone was stunned. Heavens, what is he saying? He had killed 2 holy sons. No way, this brat actually admitted it. How could this be? How could he possibly have the strength to kill 2 saints? I don't believe it. What exactly happened? Even Leaf Denier and No Flower were stunned. They also didn't expect Lin Xian to admit it. Previously, they had acted because they felt that the people from the 3 holy lands were being unreasonable. That was why they couldn't just stand by and watch. But now, the other party had actually admitted to it. This made them feel as though they had no justification for their actions. Humph! Lin Xian spoke again. But I didn't kill the 9 Firmament Saint Sun. I don't know who killed that unlucky guy. But if you people from the 9 Firmament Holy Lands want to put the blame on me, I don't mind. Anyway, killing 1 more or 1 less doesn't make a difference to me. No difference. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. You killed a saint. Do you think you're chopping cabbage? At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. They really couldn't understand what had happened. How could the other party kill 3 saints in a row? The martial artists from the 3 holy lands who didn't know the truth were furious when they heard this. All of them were filled with murderous intent. Damn brat! Kneel down and accept your death. Kill him. You must kill him. Avenge our saints. Originally, they didn't believe that their saints had been killed. But now, it seemed that their 3 saints might really have been killed. Moreover, the murderer was the person in front of them. The elders of the 3 holy lands were trembling with anger. Good, good, good. Brat, you've got guts. You actually dared to admit it. In that case, kneel down and accept your death. Not only you, none of the people from the Immortal Palace will live. I want all of you to have a taste of living a life worse than death. Killing intent filled the air. The people from the 3 holy lands were like killing gods as they surrounded Lin Xian and everyone from Immortal Palace. Elder Brother Xian, Elder Brother Lin Xian. Murong Qingqing and Xin Jingqiu were extremely nervous. The others also frowned. Of course, there were also many people who sneered. They thought that Lin Xian and the Immortal Palace were too arrogant. They actually dared to kill the saints. They deserved to die. Immortal Palace's side was also furious. The other party was actually so overbearing. Even if their palace master killed these holy children, so what? Did they really think that the Immortal Palace was easy to bully? They didn't think that Lin Xian would kill these people for no reason. Lin Xian must have his reasons for killing the 3 saints. They also knew that the 3 saints weren't good people. They had targeted their palace master more than once. Sure enough, Lin Xian said in a deep voice, I killed them because they deserve to die. If you don't agree with me, feel free to attack. I'll take it. Lin Xian wasn't afraid. At most, he would tear the saint's hand bone. He didn't believe that these people could resist. Don't talk nonsense with him. Kill. The elders of the 9 heavens holy lands, 5 elements palace and 1,000 thunder holy lands roared. Countless figures charged over. Attack! Xingtian and Elderly roared as well. The people from the Immortal Palace all attacked. A great battle broke out. However, there were too many people from the 3 holy lands. It could be said that they were 3 times more than Lin Xian's side. Therefore, Lin Xian's side was at a disadvantage for a while. The surrounding holy lands began to discuss when they saw the scene. The Immortal Palace was too reckless. 1 against 3. This was a situation of certain death, unless they had some kind of trump card. So what if they had a trump card? Did they think that the 3 holy lands were pushovers? The strength of these holy lands wasn't too different. Moreover, the 3 Saint Emperors working together was enough to make up for everything. Even the clan of the ancients wouldn't dare to start a war with them. This time, the Immortal Palace was doomed. Many people sneered. Sure enough, the people from the Immortal Palace were forced to retreat. The eyes of the people from the 3 holy lands were red like the eyes of demons. Do you really think that you can contend against us? Do you really want to kill all of you? Murong Qingqing and Shun Jingqiu cried out when they saw the scene. They wanted to send people from the Holy Lands to help. However, they were stopped by their elders. Holy Maiden, you can't. This isn't a game. Yes, this isn't an ordinary battle. The death of the holy sons of the 3 Holy Lands had made these people go crazy. If they attacked now, they would definitely fight to the death with the 3 Holy Lands. Although the Jade Lake and Xixia Holy Lands were powerful, they didn't want to offend the 3 Holy Lands for no reason. Don't worry, Holy Maiden. At the critical moment, we will help and save Lin Xian. Xixia and Wavering Light, Holy Lands elders, said in a low voice. Chapter 25-24. Hearing that, Murong Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief. Xin Jingqiu also said, Granny Qian, you said it yourself. You have to help later. On the other side, Yi Wudao Wuhua and the others' eyes also flickered. Although they also wanted to help, the current situation was simply too complicated. They did not dare to act rashly. However, they also decided that they would definitely help at the critical moment. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. He was going to take out the Black Earth and shoot them a few times. He would kill a few peerless almighties first. However, before he could make a move, Elderly roared from the side. Are you comparing numbers? You're too naive. Buzz! Elderly waved his sleeve and scattered 10,000 rays of light. The surrounding people were surprised because they could see that the 10,000 rays of light were actually hundreds and thousands of beans. Each one of them was like a golden bean floating in the sky. What kind of divine ability was that? Or was it a Dharma treasure? The surrounding people were shocked. They did not know what the other party was doing. The people from the 3 Holy Lands sneered disdainfully. A mere bean was enough to make them cower? What a joke! They had to kill the other party until not a single one was left alive. However, they were soon stunned. In fact, his expression had even become extremely ugly. The crowd uttered cries of astonishment. Heavens! What kind of divine ability was that? Everyone was stupefied because the golden bean was trembling in the sky. Then they suddenly enlarged and turned into many figures. The world trembled rapidly, and the void cracked, unable to withstand the energy. 1, 2, 3, hundreds and thousands of figures appeared in the sky. As soon as these people appeared, they roared in the void. The energy, sound waves, caused the blood of the surrounding people to churn. The surrounding martial artists retreated. The elders of the Holy Lands stared at the scene in front of them. They sucked in a breath of cold air because the figures that appeared in front of them were truly too strange. They looked like humans, but their lower bodies were the tails of snakes. They held long sabers, spears, and spears in their hands. Terrifying killing intent swept in all directions. What was that? Puppet mechanisms? The martial artists discussed animatedly. The people from the 3 Holy Lands were also stunned. One of the young men sneered. They were just puppets. How could they compete with us? He was really courting death. He rushed forward, wanting to kill those puppets. He was a genius of the 9 firmaments, Sacred Emperor. No matter how strong the puppet was, how could it be compared to them? Kill! With a furious roar, light filled the sky and turned into a silver arc that slashed forward. The void was instantly sliced in half. From this, one could imagine how terrifying that attack was. Clang! Among them, a figure with a human body and a snake tail stabbed out with a spear. Bang! It collided with the silver light and made a clanging sound. The heavens fell, and the earth cracked as thunder rumbled. The silver light was shattered, and the bronze spear pierced through the void, smashing into the body of the genius from the 9 heavens, holy ground. What? Everyone was stunned by this scene, especially the people of 9 firmaments, Saint Emperor. They screamed like crazy. The expressions of the others turned ugly. What kind of puppet was this? This was too terrifying. The one who had attacked was a young prodigy. Although he was not as strong as the saint, he was still an extremely powerful almighty. However, he was actually unable to contend against his opponent's spear. The level of these puppets was too terrifying. If there was an army of puppets like this, no one would be able to resist it. However, they had never heard of anyone who had such a terrifying puppet technique. No, damn it, impossible. The people of 9 firmaments, sacred emperor roared. At this moment, an elder of the Yi family narrowed his eyes. This was not a puppet technique. This was magic bean soldiers. What? Magic bean soldiers? As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. A few elders who were like living fossils trembled in fear. Magic bean soldiers. Could this be the legendary superpower? Rumor had it that this was an immortal technique. How could these people? Immortal technique. Everyone trembled. Anything related to immortals was definitely the most mysterious and powerful. How could these people from Immortal Palace have such a strange superpower? Could it be that they were really related to immortals? They did not know. Their faces turned pale. Now, they finally understood why Immortal Palace dared to go against the 3 Holy Lands. With this superpower of magic bean soldiers, they could instantly gather thousands of experts. They could definitely go against the 3 Holy Lands. Damn it! The people of the 3 Holy Lands roared in anger. They were also stunned by the other party's move. For a moment, they did not attack. Instead, they stood there in bewilderment. Immortal Palace's people all heaved a sigh of relief. They cheered and sneered. Lin Xian was also stunned. He did not know that Immortal Palace had such a superpower. It seemed that Immortal Palace was even more mysterious and powerful than he had imagined. He knew that although he was now the palace master, the Immortal Palace he had come into contact with was probably only the most superficial things. The real core was probably still in the hands of the old palace master. As for Immortal Palace's true strength and foundation, he did not know what level it had reached. Perhaps other than Xiajiao, no one else knew. So, are we still going to fight? The corners of his mouth curled up as he asked indifferently. The Crimson Dragon sneered again and again. Were the 3 Holy Lands that strong? Come and attack together. Let's hurt each other. With this superpower and so many powerful puppets, they definitely did not fear the 3 Holy Lands. Therefore, Immortal Palace's side was full of confidence. In particular, the Crimson Dragon pointed at these people and cursed. Others were embarrassed to curse, but he couldn't care less. Come, come, come. Grandsons of the 3 Holy Lands, fight 300 rounds with Ben Huang. Ben Huang will definitely roast each and every one of you into golden roasted meat. That damned snake. You're courting death. Kill him. You must kill them. So what if they have superpowers? They're just high-level puppets. Do they really think they're immortal arts? That's right. How can puppets be compared to us? They were truly driven mad, and once again they charged over. In an instant, the 2 sides fought. Boom, boom, boom. The people of the 3 Holy Lands rushed up. When Elder Li saw this, he snorted coldly and formed a seal with his palm. Boom! At the front, thousands of humanoid puppets wielded weapons and let out a roar. They wore bronze armor, and runes lit up and flickered incomparably. They turned into a green wave and surged forward. Bang, bang, bang. The attacks of thousands of top-notch puppets were incomparably powerful. They collided with the 3 Holy Lands. Immediately, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Boundless energy swept in all directions. The surrounding martial artists all retreated, not daring to be affected at all. Bang, bang, bang. The surging green wave was like a heavenly blade that slashed at the people of the 3 Holy Lands. Puff! Those young martial artists vomited large mouthfuls of blood and were sent flying with miserable screams. There was nothing they could do. The elders could resist, but their strength was not enough. They were sent flying in an instant. In fact, many of them turned into blood and scattered in the void. Chapter 25:25. Many martial artists from the sacred lands were turned into blood and scattered across the void. The scene was extremely tragic. Ah, damn it. Seeing this scene, the powerhouses of the three sacred lands roared crazily, "Use your trump cards!" They once again used the Immortal Palace, Lightning Pool, and 5-element flags to kill these top-notch puppets. Humph. Elder Lee snorted coldly and formed a seal with his palm again. Thousands of top-notch puppets roared. The runes on their bodies flickered quickly and circled continuously, forming a huge phantom in the sky. This phantom also had a human body and a snake tail. It held a desolate, ancient artifact in its hand and emitted a desolate aura as if it had crossed time and space. Is this a half-demon? Many young disciples were puzzled. The living fossils trembled. Don't talk nonsense. That's a totem. Legend has it that countless years ago, the ancestors of the human race had a human body and a snake tail. This immortal palace is too terrifying and mysterious. I'm afraid they're even more terrifying than we imagined. What? Totem? The surrounding people were stunned. The eyes of the Yi family, Jade Lake Sacred Lands, Dao One Sacred Lands, and other powerful sacred lands flickered. The elders of the imperial dynasties also had solemn expressions. In Murong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu heaved a sigh of relief. Their expressions softened, and they even smiled. That's great. The more powerful immortal palace is, the safer Lin Xian will be. They were also more at ease. However, the elders behind them were completely stunned. Previously, they had planned to save the other party's life in a critical moment. But now, it seemed that there was no need for that. The other party's foundation was beyond their imagination. In the sky, the huge totem emitted a desolate aura and quickly pressed down. It collided with the trump cards of the three sacred lands. An even more intense explosion sounded as if the world was about to be destroyed. At this moment, all the martial artists of the sacred lands activated their armor and defenses to resist. They were like small boats swaying in the wind. Boom! 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 Suddenly, an even more terrifying murderous aura appeared in the violent energy. 7 beams of light pierced through the entire space like pillars. They tore apart the storm that filled the sky. Damn it, what happened? Could it be that Immortal Palace used another trump card? The surrounding people were terrified. They all trembled and could not help but want to kneel down. This power was too strong. Even the Immortal Palace, the Lightning Pool, and the 5 elements banners in the sky were trembling nonstop. How could this be? How could they possess such powerful strength? The expressions of the people from the 3 holy lands changed. Could it be that it was the pressure of a saint again? They thought that Lin Xian had unraveled the saint's handbone and produced this power. Immortal Palace's side was similarly shocked. This was because Lin Xian did not use the saint's handbone. He looked around and found that other than Elder Li's Bean soldiers, no one else had used any other terrifying trump cards. Then what was with this terrifying aura? Elder Li also noticed this point, and his expression was uncertain. Elderly, don't do anything, Lin Xian said from the side. He had a feeling that there was something wrong with the tomb. Sure enough, Elderly nodded and withdrew the huge totem in the sky. The 1,000 top-notch puppets quickly retreated and circled around them. It had disappeared. The totem's aura had disappeared. The eyes of the powerful cultivators outside flickered. Whoosh! The light that filled the sky was pierced through. Finally, everyone could see the scene in front of them clearly. What was that? They were stupefied, because they discovered that the trembling power that made them feel despair wasn't released by Immortal Palace. It was not released by the 3 holy lands either. It was something else. The 3 holy lands were also stunned. What exactly was that? Damn it, it was not someone from Immortal Palace. In the space between them and Immortal Palace, 7 streaks of light appeared. To be more precise, they were 7 coffins. 7 bronze coffins appeared on the ground. They emitted a heavy aura. The 7 streaks of murderous aura that connected heaven and earth were released by these 7 bronze coffins. As soon as they appeared, It was as if they were 7 demonic mountains that pressed down on everyone's hearts. It was so heavy that they could not breathe at all. Each of the 7 bronze coffins was incomparably huge, as if they had existed for countless years. From the sky, they looked like the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. In fact, there were stars engraved on the 7 bronze coffins. Big Dipper coffin. Everyone swallowed their saliva crazily. They were facing a great enemy with the sudden appearance of the bronze coffin. Whose coffin was that? Who was buried inside? Why would it appear at this time? Could it be that they had encountered some kind of restriction when they were fighting earlier? Would it be dangerous for them after it appeared? They had no idea. Boom! Boom! Crack! While they were still in shock, one of the bronze coffins suddenly began to tremble. Damn it! What happened? Could it be that it was going to turn into a corpse? Everyone was terrified. No, they had to stop it. They were too terrified because the corpses and heads they had discovered so far were at least invincible kings. Moreover, the Een soldiers from before had also left a huge shadow on them. Therefore, they did not allow the bronze coffin to revive. They did not allow the things inside to come out. In an instant, countless people unleashed formation after formation to seal the coffin. They flew down, wanting to completely seal the coffin. Boom! The people from 5 Elements Palace were the closest. They were the first to set up the 5 Elements Great Seal. Buzz! Buzz! 5 mysterious runes floated down and enveloped the bronze coffin. Phew! Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Bang! Damn it! Not good! They cried out in alarm again because they discovered something. The 5 Elements Great Seal. It was shattered in an instant. Above the bronze coffin, a flickering star. It directly broke through the 5 Elements Great Seal. The bronze coffin trembled even more violently. Ice whirled. A delicate shout sounded and countless ice spread out. Immediately, the trembling bronze coffin was sealed in ice. Not only it, but the surrounding space was covered in snow, turning into a world of ice and snow. An elder from Moon Palace made a move. However, everyone did not relax and still looked over. Sure enough, in the next moment, the world of ice and snow melted quickly, turning into countless puddles of water that sank into the ground and disappeared. The bronze coffin was still trembling more and more violently. Don't hesitate. Hurry up and make a move, the Yi family elder said coldly. The people from Wavering Light, Sacred Land, also shouted coldly. In an instant, everyone in the surroundings made a move. The sky full of light condensed, trying to seal the bronze coffin below. However, before they could make a move, the bronze coffin in front of them cracked open. Damn it! It opened! Everyone trembled and almost fell from the sky. They did not expect the coffin to open so suddenly. Could it be that the corpses inside had mutated? These people had skin and hair. Chapter 25-26. Whoosh! When the bronze coffin was halfway open, a pale hand grabbed the edge. Then a figure sat up. Crack! Crack! The purple figure walked out of the coffin and floated in the air. What's that? Everyone was stunned. They finally got a clear look at the figure. To be exact, it wasn't a human. It was very strange. It was very similar to the puppet from before. It had a human body, but its body was covered in scales. There was a tail behind it that looked like a snake's tail. However, it had a different tail. The snake's tail was very smooth, but the tail was covered with poisonous thorns. As it swayed, it easily shattered the void. Monster beast. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that the thing that came out of the bronze coffin was not a human, but a monster beast. What was going on? Everyone was stunned. They had encountered all kinds of strange things before. They had even encountered the heads of 99 invincible kings. However, those people from before were all humans. They didn't look like monsters at all. However, one of the Big Dipper coffins that appeared now was a monster beast. What was going on? Were the other 6 demonic beasts as well? They didn't know. They couldn't fight against one of them. That was because the monster with purple scales and a purple tail in front of them was floating in the air. 2 white flames suddenly appeared in its eye sockets. Attack! Boom! 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 Countless powerhouses attacked, turning into a sky full of energy that slashed at the fist technique. In an instant, the purple figure was shrouded. Light exploded. Sword chi and saber light flashed. The space in front of them exploded in an instant, turning into nothingness. This is great. Was it destroyed? Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Although the other party had come out, it definitely couldn't withstand the attacks of so many people. Gulp! Gulp! Suddenly, a purple light appeared in the sky. It was like a heavenly saber that cut the sky open. Boom! The energy was also cut open. A pair of purple hands destroyed everything. A purple silhouette walked out from within. Whoosh! Whoosh! It wasn't injured. How was that possible? Damn it, was it still human? What level had this corpse reached? Everyone was stunned. The purple monstrous beast didn't receive any damage at all. What was even more frightening was that a few large purple mouths grew out of the other party's body, rapidly absorbing the surrounding energy as though they were enjoying delicious food. Not good, he was going to attack. Boom! The purple palm blotted out the sky and covered the earth as it slammed toward them. It was as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down on them. With a loud rumble, many people were forced back, and the violent energy in the sky was also torn apart. Damn it, he was actually so powerful. From the looks of it, his strength had surpassed that of a peerless almighty. These people were terrified. They didn't expect the other party to be so powerful. Furthermore, from the looks of it, the corpse that had been dead for tens of thousands of years had mutated and come back to life. Foolish humans! How dare you trespass into the tomb of the demon race's saint? All of you must die! A cold and emotionless voice reverberated between heaven and earth. Ancient tomb of a demon saint? What? How could this be? How could he be a saint of the demon race? This is clearly the tomb of our human race's saint. All the martial artists from the Holy Lands and great sects were stunned. Lin Xian also frowned, because from the previous signs, all of the methods belonged to the human race. Whether it was those Tao patterns or the treasures, all of the 99 heads belonged to the human race. This was obviously the tomb of the human race's saint. But now, the Big Dipper coffin had appeared, and the corpse inside had come back to life. It actually claimed that this was the tomb of the demon race. Impossible! What was going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. Moreover, more people were puzzled. This corpse had been here for tens of thousands of years. How could it come back to life? That was too abnormal. They didn't know the reason, but when they thought about it, it was similar to the Yin soldiers. It wasn't a true resurrection. The one that came out of the bronze coffin was already so powerful. If the other 6 bronze coffins came out, wouldn't they be able to defeat everyone? No, they had to kill him quickly and stop him. Why don't we run away? All kinds of discussions could be heard. Many people's eyes flickered as they stared at the bronze coffin. They didn't know what was inside the bronze coffin. They felt that there was a need to investigate. Behind them, the people of the Demon King Palace were overjoyed. That was great. Finally, someone from the demon race appeared. I told you, this is the tomb of our demon race's saint. Those despicable humans didn't believe me. Now, they know how powerful we are. What should we do now? Should we go up and meet up with the powerful corpse and kill these humans together? An expert voiced his opinion. However, Yanryu shook his head. Do you want to be the target of public criticism? Do you think you can exterminate all humans? If one of them goes out, all the holy lands and major sects in the world will attack the Demon King Palace. Do you think the Demon King Palace can survive? If the Saint Physique dies here, I'm afraid the Yi family outside will bring extreme weapons to attack. Hearing about extreme weapons, the experts of the Demon King Palace trembled, and a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. What should we do? The others asked. Hua Tiandu's eyes flickered. Humph, we can stay here and watch. Let them kill each other. The people of the Demon King Palace didn't move forward. Instead, they retreated to a corner. At this moment, no one paid attention to them. After all the Holy Land's warriors were staring at the purple figure in front of them as if they were facing a great enemy. The people in front of them were also discussing, "Let's fight. We have to get rid of this demonic beast. Otherwise, we won't be able to move forward." 5 Elements Palace, 9 Heavens Holy Ground, and the 1,000 Thunder Saints people were gloomy. They wanted to take revenge, but they didn't expect this to happen. They gritted their teeth and stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted. "Why? Do you still want to fight? I don't mind playing with you guys." As he spoke, the top-grade puppets around him flickered with mysterious runes and formed a powerful force that intimidated everyone. "Damn it, Brat, just you wait. I won't let you guys off." The people of the 3 Holy Lands gritted their teeth and didn't continue to attack. Compared to Lin Xian, the purple demonic beast in front of them was a bigger threat. "Humph," Lin Xian sneered. Elder Li waved his hand and kept the top-grade puppets. These were trump cards that couldn't be used for too long. He would only use them in times of danger. Seeing this scene, the 4 symbols Holy Lands, the Yin-Yang sect, the Tuoba family, and the others all had gloomy expressions. Originally, they wanted to let the other party take the lead and use these puppets to kill the purple demonic beast. They wanted to exhaust the Immortal Palace's trump cards. However, they didn't expect the people of the Immortal Palace to be so decisive and put away their trump cards in an instant. "Humph." A young expert from the Tuoba family didn't give up and snorted. "Fellow cultivator, why did you put them away? These top-grade puppets don't have life and can't feel pain. Moreover, they are very strong. They are the most suitable to deal with the purple demonic beast." Chapter 25-27. As soon as these words came out, everyone turned their heads to look. The faces of the people from Immortal Palace changed. Lin Xian snorted coldly, flicked his finger, and a sword wave flew out, directly killing the young powerhouse who spoke. "Damn it! What are you doing?" The people of the Tuoba family roared crazily. They didn't expect that the other party would dare to attack them. Moreover, it was a fatal blow right from the start. They couldn't react at all. "Give me a reason to protect you?" Lin Xian asked coldly. Hearing this, everyone fell silent and didn't speak. That's right, when Immortal Palace was besieged and killed, they didn't go forward to help. Now, they wanted the other party to protect them? How was that possible? Damn it, we're all humans. Now that we're facing the demon race, we naturally have to unite against a common enemy. The people of the Tuoba family wanted to use righteousness and reason to suppress the other party. After Lin Xian heard this, he sneered disdainfully. "Are you all humans? In my eyes, you're not humans. You're just a bunch of animals. What qualifications do you have to say that you're all humans?" The people of the Tuoba family were so angry that they vomited blood. They were a dignified family of spirit seekers, dominating a region. When the major Holy Lands saw them, they had to be polite. But now, someone actually scolded them in public. How could they endure this? They must kill them. This kid was too arrogant. "Damn kid, kneel down and kowtow." Countless angry roars sounded. Lin Xian's body erupted with endless sword light. "If you want to die, I can fulfill your wish." As soon as the sword light appeared, it swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. Damn it, his strength had become stronger again. This sword chi was so terrifying. No wonder he could kill the 3 saints. His strength was much stronger than before. Could it be that this kid had also broken through? Exclamations sounded one after another. At this moment, the Alcade saints' eyes flickered. Zhongzhou twin kings' faces were ferocious. Yi Wudao smiled. As expected of Brother Lin, he didn't let him down. Wu Hua also chanted Amitabha, and the corners of his mouth raised into a smile. Both he and Lin Xian had obtained a small bronze cauldron. Inside the small cauldron, He had obtained a great opportunity. Come to think of it, Lin Xian should be the same. Stupid humans, even now you're still killing each other. Go to hell. The Purple Monster King's cold voice resounded once more. His palms blotted out the sky and covered the earth, sweeping in all directions. From the looks of it, he should be a protector, protecting the peace of this ancient tomb and hunting down all outsiders. Dodge quickly. Seeing this attack, the Holy Land martial artists were so scared that their scalps went numb. They fled like crazy. Pum! The void cracked open, and a huge black hole appeared. Boundless energy surged and swept out in all directions. Many people vomited blood and were sent flying. Boom! However, the experts from the various holy lands also made their moves. Leaf Dowdenier roared, and golden light erupted from him, making him look like a golden sun. Then he thrust his hand out, unleashing a massive sealing mark. Whoa! On the Alcade Saint's body, phantoms of gods and demons filled the sky. Above his head, a ball of holy light condensed and flew out quickly. Kill! The middle ground twin kings roared. Demonic chi and Buddhist light flickered. It was strange and terrifying. Apart from them, the other saints and saintesses all made their moves. The young disciples weren't the only ones. The powerful elders and living fossils were also making their moves. Whoa! Lin Xian circled around him. Under his control, the 5 forms of sword chi also flew forward. Flying flower. Murom Qingcheng waved his hand, and petals filled the sky, forming a huge light blade that slashed down from the sky. Purple chi from the east. Xin Jingqiu's face was cold, and her jade-like hands kept waving. Purple chi floated in the sky, carrying with it a supreme divine might. When these people attacked together, it was truly terrifying. Nothing could resist them. No matter how powerful the Purple Monster King was, he was still forced back. That's great. He was not invincible. Seeing this scene, everyone was overjoyed and their confidence increased. If they joined forces, they might be able to kill him. Roar! The Purple Monster King was forced back, and he was mad with anger. White flames flickered in his eyes, and an incomparably mysterious power erupted from his body, sweeping in all directions. The attacks from the elites of the various sacred lands were all sent flying or disappeared into the black hole. Quickly form a formation. These elders and saints might be able to withstand such a violent attack, but those young warriors simply couldn't withstand it. Many of them were directly blasted to pieces. Therefore, the elders hurriedly asked the young disciples to form a powerful formation to resist. As expected, the foundations of the various sacred lands were terrifying. The young disciples formed a formation, and its power multiplied. It could resist the energy attacks that filled the sky. Damn humans, you have angered me. I will kill all of you. The Purple Monster King's voice was cold. Whoa! His body expanded, and he turned into a peerless Monster King that was as big as a purple mountain. The power in his body suddenly erupted. Mysterious runes appeared on his body one after another, and they were incomparably flickering. Tao patterns. Those were Tao patterns. Damn it, he had been refined. The elders of the Yi family, the Gu family, and the other clan of the ancients screamed. The elites of the various imperial dynasties also narrowed their eyes. Not good. Retreat. They retreated crazily. However, it was too late. A purple fist tore through the void. Terrifying energy rushed toward Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian and the others felt a great sense of danger. The sky was filled with sword chi. He frantically activated the great dragon sword soul, and it exploded to the extreme. Lin Xian's defense was not the strongest, but his attack power was strong. He used offense as defense and destroyed all the energy that rushed toward him. He dodged the fatal attack, but the aftershock of the energy still knocked him back. His blood boiled. The people of the Immortal Palace were safe because the 3 elders had used their trump cards. The other saints and experts also displayed their trump cards, one after another. The replica dragon pattern cauldron and the golden sword all flew out. On Murong Qingqing's side, a huge lotus flower wrapped around them. On Shen Jingqiu's side, countless purple clouds surrounded her, making her look like a fairy. Although these people also used their trump cards, they were all knocked back. Their attacks were also shattered. Although their lives were not in danger, many of them still vomited large mouthfuls of blood. The formation formed by the young disciples was torn into pieces in an instant. Many of them were directly blasted into a bloody mist by the punch. Damn it! How could he be so strong? Those who were still alive were extremely terrified. The elders' faces were gloomy. Lin Xian also frowned and asked, "Are you saying that the light flickering on the body of the lecherous Demon King is Tao patterns? Could it be that he is a saint?" He was too shocked. He now knew that Tao patterns could only be formed by saints. Those below saints could not form them at all. They could only observe. However, Tao patterns appeared on the body of the purple Demon King, and there was more than one. There were 8 densely packed Tao patterns. Chapter 25-28. This was too terrifying. If this was really the corpse of a saint, then none of them would be able to stop it. It was better to think of a way to escape as soon as possible. No, that was not it. Palace Master, this was not the corpse of a saint. The Tao patterns on his body were probably engraved by someone else. Engraved? Who had such great strength? Lin Xian was shocked. Suddenly his pupils constricted. You mean a saint engraved it? Why would a saint engrave Tao patterns on this Demon King? Was it just to protect it? That's right, it should be to protect it, Elderly said. With such a powerful corpse guarding it, even if an invincible king came, he probably wouldn't be able to steal the last thing. Could it be that there was some shocking treasure in the saint's ancient tomb? Xing Tian frowned. The crimson dragon's eyes lit up. Do you think it could be the saint's inheritance? Hearing this, everyone's hearts beat wildly. The saint's inheritance. That was the essence of the saint's lifelong learning. If no accidents happened, anyone who could obtain it would be able to grow into an invincible king. Or, if they were lucky, they might become the next saint. This made everyone's heart beat faster. It was much more precious than any heavenly treasure or earthly treasure. But soon he smiled bitterly. Even if there was really the saint's inheritance, so what? With the current situation, they couldn't resist at all. Moreover, this was only one of the bronze coffins. If all 6 of them came out together, no one would be able to resist. Now, they should think about how to escape. Not only Lin Xian and the others guessed so, but the other Sacred Lands martial artists were also discussing. They also guessed that there was a possibility that there was the saint's inheritance. The people of the Demon King Palace in the distance were even more excited. They were the most suitable to cultivate the demon saint's inheritance. After all, although they were half demons, the blood of the demons flowed in their bodies. Some of them were even mutants. The demon saint's tradition was very important to them. If they could get one, there would be a living demon saint in the Demon King Palace. In that case, the strength of the Demon King Palace would undergo an earth-shattering change. No, they must get the last inheritance of this saint's ancient tomb. The people of the Demon King Palace clenched their fists. Hua Tiandu was even more excited. They must kill him. The various sacred lands discussed. He attacked again. The elders of the Yi family made their move. Leaf Dowdenier was even more powerful than Yangqi, and as he did, a golden domain sprang up around him. Endless golden light enveloped the entire sky. Wang, the wavering light, saint pushed the replica dragon pattern cauldron. The elders of the wavering light, holy land behind him, pushed together and poured all their energy into the dragon pattern cauldron. Wang, the imitation dragon pattern cauldron, kept getting bigger and bigger, crushing the void. The 2 dragons on it seemed to have come alive. Earth-shattering energy poured down in torrents. The Grand Xia Empire. The prince of the great Xia dynasty also wielded his golden sword. The sky was filled with golden swords, and they slashed down from the sky. Taishian, Holy Land. A young man stretched out his palm. In the center of his palm, there were 99 stars revolving around. It was extremely mysterious, as if it was a universe. At this moment, everyone was attacking madly. Furthermore, this time around, those people had all used their most powerful trump cards. Elder Wang, Elder Liu, please protect our disciples. The rest of you follow me and attack. Lin Xian instructed. He did not order everyone to attack. He held back because he was afraid that the people of the Five Elements Palace would suddenly assassinate him. With the 2 elders guarding, the rest of the young disciples retreated to the back. Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon, Xingtian, Elderly, and Peacock attacked together. Damned human, go to hell! In front, the Purple Demon King roared. The 8 Tao patterns on its body flickered rapidly. 1. The 8 Tao patterns flew out and shone brightly, forming a Tao diagram in the sky. It pressed down. The Tao diagram was extremely hazy, but it was like a millstone that could destroy the world. Everything that collided with it was turned to dust. Nothing could stop it. Slash. The prince of the great Xia dynasty roared. The golden sword slashed down on the Tao diagram, making a clanging sound. Then the golden sword was sent flying. On the imitation dragon pattern cauldron, the 2 dragons roared and turned into 2 dragon shadows that rushed over. They clashed with the Tao diagram, but soon they were also destroyed. Lin Xian's sword Qi collided with it and was also sent flying. Not only that, nothing could stop it. Saber light, sword Qi, spatial power, sea of fire, wind, fire, lightning. In short, all kinds of energy were useless in front of the Tao. Pung, pung, pung. Everyone was sent flying again. Many people vomited blood. Some of their bodies even cracked. A few unlucky elders were hit by the Tao diagram. Their bodies collapsed and could no longer reassemble. How terrifying! A trace of the Tao diagram's energy was enough to kill a peerless powerhouse. Everyone trembled in fear. Lin Xian also retreated. He frowned. The enemy was so strong. Why didn't these people retreat? On the side, Xingtian explained, Young master, it's not that simple. The foundations of the various sacred lands are very strong. They probably have many trump cards that they haven't used yet. Not to mention them, Immortal Palace also has many trump cards that we haven't used yet. We haven't used them yet. Lin Xian was shocked. Forget about their Immortal Palace for now. Their Immortal Palace was perfectly preserved. Apart from them, the other weaker ones all withdrew from the battlefield. Therefore, there were no casualties for the time being. However, many of the other sacred lands' geniuses had been killed. Were the sacred lands still not going to use all their trump cards? It had to be said that the sacred lands' sects were really patient. 1. Just as they were discussing, a green stream of light suddenly streaked through the void in the distance. Everywhere it passed, the void shattered. Everyone looked up frantically. Damn it, what kind of power was that? They all trembled uncontrollably. Even Shen Jingqiu, Murong Qingqing, Yi Wu Dao, and Wu Hua, who had top bloodlines, were shocked. Whoosh! An earth-shattering sound rang out. The bronze coffin that the purple fiend had crawled out of was broken in half. What was going on? What happened? Everyone was shocked. Why would someone attack the bronze coffin? Could it be that they had found some clues? They were puzzled. The green light flashed in the sky and disappeared. Ah! The purple monster king let out a shrill cry. Damn it! Its power was weakening, and the Tao patterns on its body were quickly dimming, as if they would disappear at any time. What was going on? Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Was the purple fiend going to be killed just by breaking the coffin? Could it be that the coffin was the key? Everyone was stunned. Who was so powerful? Even the powerful array masters in their sacred lands did not notice this weakness. The purple fiend was also unwilling. It turned its head and white flames jumped in its eye sockets as it stared into the distance. Chapter 25-29. Damn it, you're not human. Everyone followed his gaze, their hearts thumping wildly. Demon Imperial Palace. It's the people from Demon Imperial Palace. Oh my God, it's actually Demon Imperial Palace. Everyone came to a realization. The people from Demon Imperial Palace were half demons, and the blood of the demon race flowed in their bodies. No wonder they could find the other party's flaw. However, who was the one who attacked just now? What was that green light? Was it their trump card? These people didn't know. There was also one thing that they were very puzzled about. These people from Demon Imperial Palace said that this was the ancient tomb of a demon saint the moment they entered. At first, they didn't believe it. Now they had doubts. Could it be that Demon Imperial Palace knew more than them? For a moment, everyone looked at Demon Imperial Palace with unfriendly expressions. After all, no matter how powerful the other party was, it was only a sacred ground. There were many sacred grounds here. If they joined forces, they might be able to take down the other party. Humph. Seeing the gazes of the sacred grounds, Hua Tiandu snorted coldly. A purple bead rushed out of his body, emitting a powerful demon chi. The demon chi emitted made the warriors of the sacred grounds frown. Of course, there were also saints who sneered. Wasn't it just a trump card? They had one too. However, soon, these saints were stunned and began to tremble uncontrollably. Beside Hua Tiandu, a beautiful woman walked out. A green light flickered on her body. As soon as the aura of the green light appeared, it seemed to carry a supreme pressure, making people want to kneel down and worship it. Damn it! What kind of aura was this? How could it be so powerful? The expressions of the elders of the sacred grounds also changed drastically, and their faces were filled with fear. Could it be a treasure of a saint? This aura was too terrifying. Moreover, they discovered that it was this green light that directly shattered the bronze coffin earlier. Boom, boom, boom. While the warriors of the sacred grounds were exclaiming, the purple demon king in front also roared angrily. The Tao patterns on his body finally disappeared completely. His body also slowly shrank and finally returned to normal. The white flames in his eye sockets disappeared. His entire body became a corpse again. This is great. It was broken. When the warriors of the sacred grounds saw this scene, they were pleasantly surprised. The people of Demon Imperial Palace also heaved a sigh of relief. They looked at Yan Ryu and were also extremely nervous. To be honest, not to mention those humans, even they didn't know what the cyan light in Yan Ryu's body was. Attack! Take the bronze coffin back, Yan Ryu ordered. Hua Tiandu also coldly shouted. The experts on the Demon King palaces side all attacked. Not good. Stop them. Although the sacred ground still didn't know what was inside the coffin, they still didn't know. But when he saw the people from the Demon Imperial Palace make a move, those elders also roared in anger and attacked one after another. For a moment, all kinds of light flashed in the sky, fighting until the sky fell and the earth cracked. The bronze coffin below was once again shattered by this violent energy. The huge coffin was shattered into hundreds of pieces and fell apart. Whoosh! One of the experts from the Wind Dynasty, God, took a look and cried out in alarm. Tao pattern. There were Tao patterns carved on it. What? Tao pattern. Could it be that the Tao pattern on the Demon King's body came from the coffin? They had seen how terrifying the Tao pattern was. So now they were frantically attacking. For a moment, everyone was crazily snatching. Whoosh! Lin Xian stretched out his palm, and the azure dragon palm circled and whistled. He directly grabbed 3 pieces and dragged them back. Damn it, put them down! An expert from the Nangong family roared, but he was sent flying by Xing Tian's slap. On the other side, Yu Wu Dao was incomparably powerful and also obtained a few pieces. The prince of the great Xia dynasty Wu Hua and the others also attacked. Murong Qingqing and Xun Jingqiu also obtained a few pieces. In the sky, the number of coffin fragments decreased, and everyone fought even more fiercely. At this moment, the sound of metal trembling rang out and instantly spread throughout the surroundings. These people trembled and almost fell from the sky. They stopped fighting and turned their heads to look down in bewilderment. Below, a bronze coffin was rapidly trembling. Not good. Something was coming out again. Everyone was scared out of their wits. The one that came out previously had already frightened them. It killed many of their disciples. If not for the mysterious woman from the Demon King Palace, their losses would probably be even more serious. Hurry up and attack. Shatter that bronze coffin. They had already guessed that the bronze coffin was the corpse's Achilles' heel. As long as they could shatter it, the corpse inside would not be able to revive. Kill. The experts of the sacred lands attacked, and quickly attacked the trembling bronze coffin below. Boom! Boom! After a series of attacks, they were dumbfounded. They discovered that the bronze coffin was intact and there was not a single crack on it. The people from the Demon King Palace also frowned. They attacked, but it was also ineffective. Therefore, they looked at Yen Ryu. Yen Ryu frowned, and the green light on her body bloomed again. She raised her jade-like hand and was about to attack. However, at this moment, a cold voice came from the bronze coffin below. If you attack again, don't blame me for being merciless and killing you. Hearing this voice, Yen Ryu frowned. She lowered her hand and did not attack again. Instead, she turned around and said, "Let's go." She flew straight ahead. Hua Tendu's eyes flickered as he gritted his teeth and roared, "Follow!" The people from the Demon King Palace left. Although they did not know where the path led, they did not stay there. The cold voice they had heard before was filled with killing intent and a thick demonic aura that they could not resist. They knew that this was also a powerful Demon King. It was even more terrifying than the previous Demon King. The remaining warriors of the sacred lands were shocked. They did not expect that a voice would come from the bronze coffin before it was opened. Moreover, it scared away the people from the Demon King Palace. This phenomenon was even stranger than before. Could it be that the thing inside was even more terrifying? They gritted their teeth and attacked crazily again. Boom! The bronze coffin below trembled. A wave of power swept out like a heavenly blade, slashing in all directions. It collided with the energy. Reckless humans, all of you can go to hell. Not good. Retreat. It was too powerful. In the sky, the power caused the surrounding warriors to tremble. They retreated crazily. They quickly left. Exclamations sounded one after another. These elders and powerhouses of the sacred lands had made a decision. They let the saints leave with the young disciples. These elders and powerhouses would stay here and fight. Go! Yi Wudao shouted coldly and quickly left. In addition to the young Yi family disciples, there were 2 or 3 powerhouses guarding him. As for the rest, they stayed behind. Chapter 2530. Yi Wudao led the young disciples of the Yi family into the sky and flew into the distance. Wavering Light Sacred Land, Dao East Sacred Land, Moon Palace, and Taishian Sacred Land. All the sacred lands and sects did the same. Lin Xian did the same. Only Xingtian remained by Lin Xian's side. The 3 elders remained behind. Big Brother Xian, Big Brother Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, and Xinjingqiu also brought people over. They turned into a torrent and rushed into the distance. Boom! As soon as they left, an earth-shattering energy came from behind. The young cultivators who were leaving turned back. They saw a sky full of light that tore through heaven and earth. Even though they were so far away, they still felt a wave of fear and trembling. It was too terrifying. These elders had all used their trump cards. It was incomparably terrifying. Ignorant humans, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. An even colder voice sounded. A black shadow covered heaven and earth, devouring all the light. Following that, angry roars could be heard. The black shadow continued to devour everything in front of it and seemed to be spreading in all directions. Seeing the scene, the young cultivators felt their scalps go numb. They fled as if they had gone mad. Hurry up and leave. Lin Xian also led the cultivators of Immortal Palace, Morong Qingqing and Qiu. They turned into streams of light and disappeared into the sky. They flew and flew for about half a day. Finally, a light screen appeared in front of them. It was incomparably hazy. The young cultivators who were fleeing all stopped. They looked at the light screen in front of them and frowned. They couldn't pass through it. They were blocked. Damn it! Angry roars rang out one after another. The young cultivators even used their trump cards and charged forward. However, they still couldn't open it. The light screen in front of them flickered with flowing light. There was clearly the power of Tao patterns on it. Perhaps even an invincible king couldn't open it. Damn it, there was no way. What should they do? Should they go back? Or should they wait here for the battle to end? Everyone was discussing. Many of them looked at Yi Wu Dao, Wavering Light Saint, and the others. They wanted to see what these top geniuses could do. Brother Lin, what do you think? Leaf Dao Denier didn't respond. Instead, he looked over at Lin Xian. A golden light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes and surrounded him. Although the hall was huge, it was enveloped by a light screen. There were Dao runes flickering on the light screen. Obviously, there was nowhere to run. He raised his head and looked at the sky. There was a ceiling high up in the sky. The ceiling was decorated with the sun, moon, and stars. It was like the universe. From the looks of it, it was an extremely terrifying formation. Thinking about it, it would be difficult to break it. The ground was also filled with veined patterns. However, Lin Xian frowned. This time, through his heavenly secret divine eyes, he discovered that there seemed to be a tunnel underground. Attack downwards. Lin Xian pointed down and said in a deep voice, "Attack downwards." Everyone was stunned. What kind of joke was this? There were also formation runes below. That's right, even if he could break through the ground. So what? Since there's no path below, why don't I just attack from above? Many people shook their heads, not believing that Lin Xian was right. However, Leaf Dao Denier and Flowerless nodded. All right, let's attack from below. We'll help too. Shen Jingqiu and Morong Qingqing also stepped forward. At the same time, they called for the martial artists of their respective sects to attack together. Damn it! How could Leaf Dao Denier and the others trust that kid? The people of Tai Dynasty, Five Elements Palace, Yin-Yang Sect, and Tuoba family gnashed their teeth. They didn't have a good relationship with Lin Xian, so naturally they didn't want to listen to Lin Xian. However, even Leaf Dao Denier and the others were attacking downwards. It was useless for them to resist. Let's see what's down there. The martial artists of Five Elements Palace, Nine Firmaments Divine Emperor, and Myriad Thunder Sacred Land snorted. They didn't attack because Lin Xian had killed their holy son. Why would they help him at this time? Leaf Dao Denier glanced at them and said coldly, "If you don't want to fight, then scram. This place doesn't raise trash." They were so angry that they vomited blood and trembled. However, there was nothing they could do. Their opponent was a holy body. They couldn't beat him. They could only attack together with dark faces. These young disciples were all geniuses, and they had their holy sons and holy daughters opening the way for them. Damn it, he's too strong. We can't blast it open. These people were shocked. They had so many people and such powerful strength, but they couldn't blast it open. Lin Xian frowned. That's not right. Are they from Demon Imperial Palace? Why aren't they here? He looked around and found that there were still many people from the Holy Lands and sects who hadn't arrived. It seems that they went in a different direction from us. How about this? Let's lure all of them here and gather everyone's strength to blast it open. All right, hearing this, Leaf Dao Denier raised his palm, and a golden light burst out and swept in all directions. Sure enough, when the martial artists in other directions saw this scene, they all turned their heads. That's the Yi family's holy body. What happened? Is there a battle? No, it seems to be a signal for summoning. Let's go over and take a look. Someone exclaimed. The martial artists in other directions flew in the direction of the golden light. Soon, more and more people gathered. Whoosh! The people from northern plains had arrived. The people from southern ridge had also arrived. The people from Demon Imperial Palace had also arrived. Everyone exclaimed. Sure enough, in the distance, Hua Tiandu and Yan Ruyu led the experts from Demon Imperial Palace and rushed over. Wu ji in the sky. A squeak sounded, and then a beautiful figure descended from the sky. Its holy daughter Yao Guang. Everyone exclaimed as they stared at that beautiful face without blinking. The people from Yao Guang, Holy Land, heaved a sigh of relief. They didn't see the holy daughter before and thought that she had also fallen. Now that they saw her, they were naturally relieved. Isn't that Whitey? Shen Jingqiu saw the snow-white monkey in holy daughter Yao Guang's arms and immediately exclaimed. Murong Qingqing and Lin Xian also forgot about it. Crimson Dragon, damn, why is this little guy here? Holy daughter Yao Guang walked forward, wanting to meet up with holy son Yao Guang. But at this time, Whitey jumped away from her arms and returned to Lin Xian's shoulder, jumping excitedly. What? Everyone was stunned, and so was holy daughter Yao Guang. She turned her head to look at Lin Xian and called out softly, Little guy, come here. However, Whitey ignored her at all. Holy daughter Yao Guang took out a few more spirit fruits, wanting to attract it over. The junior shook his head. Holy daughter Yao Guang frowned, and the faces of those who followed her turned black. This guy wants to leave after eating his fill. How can there be such a good thing? Damn monkey, get over here. A martial artist roared, but holy daughter Yao Guang waved her hand to stop him. In the next moment, she walked forward with pulsating footsteps. Young master, can you transfer your little monkey to me? I like it very much. A good show is coming. Everyone was excited. Even holy son Yao Guang turned his head to look. Lin Xian shook his head and said, I think you are wrong. Whitey is not a pet, he is my partner. Between us, there is no such thing as a transfer of ownership. If he wants to follow you, he will naturally leave me. But now it seems that he still prefers to stay with me. So don't force him. Chapter 2531. Yao Guang Saintess's eyes lit up. Her face was gloomy. The disciples behind her roared. Damn it! This monkey had eaten so many of their treasures along the way. But now he ignored them? This made them vomit blood. They wanted to attack, but they were stopped by Yao Guang Saintess. Since that's the case, I won't take away your love. Yao Guang Saintess turned and left. That's it. Everyone was surprised. Those from 5 Elements Palace and 9 Heavens, Holy Land, gritted their teeth. They were still hoping that Yao Guang Saintess would fight with them. If that was the case, Yao Guang Saintess and Yao Guang Saintess would be able to kill each other. Of course, this was only their beautiful wish. Yao Guang Saintess wouldn't attack Lin Xian because of a monkey. I've called everyone here for an important matter. Yi Wu Dao said in a deep voice. There were Dao runes blocking in all directions. We can't leave. After Brother Lin's investigation, he discovered that there might be another world underground. So, let's attack the ground together. What? There's a way out underground? The newcomers were discussing animatedly. The Demon Imperial Palace's martial artists' eyes lit up. Indeed, they had changed many directions, but they couldn't leave. They also thought of attacking the ceiling, but the array in the sky was even more terrifying. They couldn't leave with their strength alone. No one tried to go to the ground. They didn't expect that the most important thing was still on the ground. This time, the number of people was twice as many as before. Everyone joined forces again, and violent power poured out, bombarding wildly for 2 hours. Finally, a crack appeared on the ground. Great, a crack has appeared. Hurry up and attack. Yi Wu Dao roared, and the power in his body erupted. imitation dragon pattern cauldron, golden sword, gods, Buddhas, terrifying saber light, terrifying sword chi, and dragon roars sounded. The crack on the ground became bigger and bigger. Dang! Lin Xian's ancient dragon abyss sword hit it, and the crack became bigger. Spiderweb-like cracks spread in all directions. The last attack was made by Yen Ruyu. Another green light appeared in her body and slashed down. As soon as the azure light appeared, everyone felt their scalps go numb. Even Lin Xian felt his blood churn within his body. The great dragon, Sword Soul, roared uncontrollably. Leaf Daodenier's blood surged, and everyone looked on in shock. Buzz! The ground beneath their feet completely collapsed, and a huge black hole appeared. Get down! Light blossomed from everyone's bodies. Battle armors appeared, and they all walked down. What is this? After going down, they frowned. Although they had left the vast hall, they found that they had not left the ancient tomb. Below him was still an ancient wall, exuding a desolate aura. Clearly, he had experienced countless years. Let's go and take a look. Many martial artists from the Holy Lands were excited. They took the lead and rushed out. Although they didn't leave the ancient tomb, they had at least left that terrifying bronze coffin. Moreover, this place was so well hidden. Perhaps there were some heavenly treasures. Most importantly, they were concerned about the sage's legacy. Humph, foolish human. Even if there is a sage's inheritance, it belongs to our demon emperor palace. You humans can't cultivate our demon saint's legacy. The people from the demon imperial palace sneered. The powerhouses from the Holy Lands snorted. Whether or not it is the demon saint's legacy is uncertain. Humph. Just wait and see. The people from the demon imperial palace snorted. After walking for a while, the faces of the martial artists from the Holy Lands darkened, and they even frowned, because the passage below was completely different from the one outside, although there was an ancient aura and the vicissitudes of time. However, the runes here were different from the ones above. After walking for about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, they found that the surrounding walls were all carved with demonic beasts. Each of them had a green face and fangs, and they were strangely shaped and emitted a demonic aura. Damn it, what is this place? Could it be a demonic beast nest? Why are there so many demonic beast carvings? Many people frowned. The people from the demon imperial palace were excited. These carvings were all demonic beasts of heaven and earth. Ha ha ha. As expected, this is our demon saint's tomb. Damn it, could it really be the demon saint's tomb? But what was going on with the situation up there? They were very puzzled. In front of them, another empty cave appeared. There were 12 demonic pillars around it, supporting the entire cave. There were also strange beasts carved on them, as if they would come to life at any time. Let's take a break. The attack, just now, drained me of my strength. Many people complained, and they all stopped here. This place was very spacious, enough for everyone to rest. Therefore, the various holy lands rested here. The people from the demon imperial palace were the most excited. They walked around the 12 pillars and looked carefully. The crimson dragon also looked around, as if looking for treasures. The powerhouses of the other holy lands, the saints and the saintesses, all heaved a sigh of relief. They had finally left the terrifying Big Dipper coffin. Now, they could no longer feel the terrifying pressure brought by the Big Dipper coffin. Damn it! I really don't want to stay here any longer. There's no exit. I want to leave. Some people couldn't take it anymore. After all, they had never experienced such a dangerous thing. In particular, the 99 invincible kings' heads and the Big Dipper coffin shocked them too deeply. They were afraid that if they stayed any longer, they would die here. Of course, there were also some who didn't care. Although it was dangerous here, there were many treasures, and many of them had broken through. Under normal circumstances, they would have needed to cultivate for hundreds of years before they could break through. However, in just 1 or 2 months, they had broken through. How could they let go of such an opportunity? No matter how dangerous it was, they had to try. Cultivation was a path that defied the heavens. In front, a few powerhouses of the Gu family stood up. A middle-aged man formed a seal with his palm. 9 ancient runes appeared on his fingertips and imprinted in the void. Pooh! The void was torn open, and a black hole was created that led to the void. What are the people of the Gu family trying to do? The surrounding people also turned their heads in puzzlement. Lin Xian and the others also narrowed their eyes. Soon they were shocked. That was because they discovered that a light image suddenly appeared in the void of the black hole. Why is the image so blurry? Light filling the sky? Where is this? Could this be the place where the battle took place? Sure enough, when they looked carefully, they found that the light image was indeed the scene of their elders fighting the Big Dipper coffin. What method is this? The Gu family is too powerful. It must be a spatial technique. Great, we can see the battle situation. Those people were excited. However, after watching for a long time, their expressions did not look good. That was because their elders did not have the upper hand. They were extremely terrified. So many elders and powerhouses of the Holy Lands had used their trump cards, but they were still unable to suppress a dead corpse. What level is that corpse? It's so terrifying. Chapter 2532. Needless to say, they were invincible kings. Not necessarily. The reason why the corpses were so powerful was because of the runes on their bodies. Those runes were so mysterious that even invincible kings couldn't control them. Only saints could. That was why the corpses were so powerful. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the screen in the sky. They were watching the battle. Unbeknownst to them, something was happening in another secret chamber not far away from them. The chamber was covered in dust. Evidently, it had been here for countless years. There were 8 statues in the 4 corners of the chamber. They were strangely shaped, in the shape of 8 beasts. Each one of them was fierce and lifelike. Those who didn't know better would think that they were real. Buzz! All of a sudden, the eyes of the 8 demonic beast statues glowed with a green light. Their eyeballs actually swiveled a little. Crack! 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 The bodies of the statues began to shake, and dust fell from their bodies. The statues had come to life. They could sense the pure bloodline of the beasts. They could sense the aura of humans. Trespassers of the ancient tomb, die. A cold voice came from the 8 statues. If one looked closely, they would see that they were 8 bats. After the dust fell from their bodies, they were blood-red in color, as if they were made of blood. If anyone else were here, they would definitely cry out in shock. The shape of these 8 blood-colored bats was very similar to the legendary exotic beast of heaven and earth, the Bloodwing Bat King. They were also the protectors of this ancient tomb. They were refined by someone using unmatched magical power, and their corpses were planted with Tao patterns. Even though they were dead, they had to protect the tomb at all times. Now that they sensed the aura of humans, they instantly woke up. Whoosh! 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 The 8 Bloodwing Bat Kings tore through the void and disappeared from the chamber. Outside in the cave, Lin Xian Yiwu Dao and the others were all watching the screen in the sky. They were extremely nervous. The battle inside the screen was too intense. So many elders of the sacred land had brought along shocking treasures, but they were locked in a fierce battle with the bronze coffin. In the sky, countless runes emitted mysterious power. Damn it, who was buried in the bronze coffin? Why was it so powerful? This guy was much stronger than the Purple Beast King from before. This was only the 6th bronze coffin. Who knew what was in the first coffin? The young cultivators discussed spiritedly. When they talked about the first bronze coffin, their bodies trembled. However, the saints didn't think so. They had full confidence in their elders and the sacred land. They knew that their elders had many trump cards, and from the current situation, they hadn't used all of them. In other words, the current situation wasn't the most dangerous. To say, as long as their elders used all their trump cards, it wouldn't be a problem. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rang out, echoing throughout the cave. The others quickly turned their heads over, only to see a young disciple lying on the ground, twitching nonstop. His body deflated like a deflated balloon and turned into a human skin. The blood inside was completely gone. The people from the Great Development, Holy Land, shouted furiously because the young disciple who had just died was from their Great Development, Holy Land. The others were also shocked. They stood up, no longer looking at the light screen in the sky. Instead, they looked around. Their eyes were like lightning as they scanned the surroundings. "Who is it? Come out." Another blood-curdling scream rang out. A cultivator from the Taishan sacred land fell to the ground and turned into a human skin. "Damn it! Everyone be careful!" The Taishan son of Saint roared as 99 stars circled around him, covering the entire area instantly. Yi, Wu Dao, the Alcade Saint, Wu Hua, and the others all snorted and rushed out with their king domains. Lin Xian's sword qi burst out. Murong Qingqing's lotus flower danced. Xin Jingqiu was surrounded by purple qi. They were facing a great enemy. Among them, the Taishan Saint and the Taishan Saint quickly checked the corpse that had turned into human skin. Soon they frowned. Their pupils constricted. That was because there were 4 marks on the corpse's neck. They were very thin. It seemed that someone had bitten the neck and sucked the blood dry. The surrounding people gasped when they saw this scene. In the next moment, they all turned their heads and stared at the people from the Demon King Palace, who were still looking for treasures. "Damn you guys, how dare you fight here?" The people of the Demon Imperial Palace felt a great pressure and stopped. They turned their heads and snorted. "Stupid humans, how dare you frame us? We didn't do this at all. You want to fight? If you don't like it, then fight." These half-demons from the Demon King Palace had very bad tempers. "Nonsense. Who else could it be other than you monsters? Our human race doesn't have such an evil, blood-sucking technique like the human chain." "Damn it, I said it wasn't us. If you don't like it, then fight." The Demon King Palace cultivator's demonic qi burst out and swept around. Yanryu also frowned. "Hua," Tindu snorted, and a murderous look appeared in his eyes. The two sides were facing each other and were about to fight. At this moment, countless runes suddenly lit up in the surroundings. Under their feet, the same runes flashed in the sky. A terrifying power instantly enveloped them. "Oh no, it's an array. Run." These people's expressions changed drastically. They turned into light and dodged. However, it was already too late. Many people crashed into the light screen and were bounced back. "Damn it! Ah!" They roared crazily. The entire cave was completely enveloped by a large array. They couldn't escape at all. Moreover, this array was very strange. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a monstrous blood aura that made one's soul tremble. Their blood was about to freeze. Oh no, they were hit! The saints and saintesses' faces were gloomy. Lin Xian's eyes also flickered. They were indeed careless. This was the ancient tomb of a saint, and it was definitely extremely dangerous. They actually didn't take precautions before. Now that they were trapped by the array, it would probably be very difficult to escape. Damn it, they didn't expect that after escaping danger, they would be trapped in an array again. They didn't know if this was a killing array. Those young martial artists were trembling. The people from the Demon King Palace also shouted coldly. "Did you see that? Damn humans! I've said it before, we didn't do it." Hua Tiandu and Yan Ryu didn't speak. They looked around, their eyes flickering. "Ryu, did you notice? The aura of this array is so familiar." Indeed, looking at the runes and the way it was set up, it seemed to be a demon race array. This was indeed the ancient tomb of a demon saint. A demon race array? When the surrounding people heard this, their expressions changed and they all became uneasy. Chapter 2533. Demon Races Array. When the surrounding people heard this, their expressions changed and they all became uneasy. Lin Xian also frowned. He said to the disciples of the immortal palace beside him, "Be careful." "Ha ha ha, it is indeed our demon race's array." The half-demons laughed. "Damn humans, do you see that? This is our demon saint's ancient tomb. You mere humans want to touch our demon saint's ancient tomb. You deserve to die." The people of the Demon King Palace sneered. Clang! Suddenly, a stream of light appeared, turning into a blood-red light and fighting in front of them. An expert from the Demon King Hall roared in rage as he was sent flying, coughing up blood. Half of his body had been slashed apart. "Damn it! Who is it?" The people of the Demon King Palace roared, thinking that it was the martial artists of the sacred lands who attacked. Stupid half-demons, it was clearly the array that attacked. So what if you want the demon saint's ancient tomb? Do you think your Demon King Palace can survive in this array? The Saint of Dian sneered. "Damn it, this is impossible." The people of the Demon King Palace gritted their teeth. "Hua," Tiandu shouted coldly, "release your aura." "I don't believe that the demon race's array will target us." Boom! 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 The surrounding array runes flickered, drawing out countless blood-red light that attacked in all directions. It enveloped the people of the Demon King Palace. At the same time, the martial artists of the sacred lands were all attacked. "Damn it, why is it like this?" The people of the Demon King Palace roared. The array was actually attacking them. How is this possible? They had already released their demonic aura, so why was it still like this? They couldn't understand. The saints and saintesses of the sacred lands shouted coldly, "Hurry up and defend! Hurry up and attack!" Buzz! The dragon sword domain appeared on Lin Xian's body, quickly transforming into countless sword chi that intertwined. Boom! Boom! The blood-red light collided with it, producing an earth-shaking sound, shaking Lin Xian's blood and chi. On the other side, countless flower petals danced around Murong Qingqing to block the attack. The purple chi that filled the sky enveloped Shen Jingqiu. Everyone tried to defend themselves, but they were all hit by the impact. Their expressions changed. Damn it! What kind of formation was this? Why was it so terrifying? The defensive armors of the weaker young disciples were instantly pierced through by the blood-red light, and many of them were split in half. Damn it! Leaf Dao Denier roared, unleashing his golden domain to cover the Yi clan disciples. The Yaoguang saint controlled the imitation dragon pattern, and the cauldron floated above the Yaoguang sacred land disciples. The Grand Xia dynasty, the Nine Li dynasty, the four symbols Holy Land, the Dian Holy Land, and the Taishan Holy Land. All the holy sons took out their trump cards to protect the martial artists of their holy lands. On Lin Xian's side, he similarly opened up the dragon sword domain, enveloping Immortal Palace's martial artists. Damn it, what kind of array is this? How could it be so terrifying? Boom! Just as the cultivators of the Holy Land exclaimed, the people of the Fiend Monarch Palace in the distance roared. A surging scarlet light filled the sky, creating a scene of apocalypse. These people from the Demon King Palace had strong physiques and fierce means. Logically speaking, it should not be difficult for them to block the attack. However, at that moment they were roaring in anger. Many of the Demon Imperial Palace's martial artists were even pierced through. Even Hua Tiandu took out a purple pearl. It froze a piece of land. Damn it! How could this be? The people of the Demon Imperial Palace gritted their teeth, because they realized that this array was attacking them more fiercely than the humans. It seemed to be specifically targeting them. Impossible! This is the ancient tomb of the ancient saint of the demon race. It's the demon race's array. Why would it target us? It should be killing the humans. The people of the Demon Imperial Palace went crazy. Even Yan Ruyu and Hua Tiandu frowned. They also could not understand. When the martial artists of the various holy lands saw this scene, they sneered. Demon Saint's place? Now, Have you tasted the power of the demon saint? These people naturally noticed this and sneered. They did not expect this array to be so evil. It seemed to be specifically targeting the people of the demon imperial palace. Boom! 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 Suddenly, the surrounding void trembled, and the runes flickered even more. Blood-red saber lights appeared in the void, slashing in all directions. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled, and cracks appeared on the defenses of the Nasi powerhouses. Damn it! How could it be so terrifying? The saints and saintesses felt their scalps go numb. On Lin Xian's side, the dragon's sword domain whistled and was attacked. He shouted coldly, and the dragon's sword domain rotated, emitting countless sharp sword lights to contend with the attack. The two collided, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The blood-red saber lights were sent flying, but they did not shatter. This scene shocked Lin Xian even more. One had to know that the sword qi emitted by his great dragon sword soul was extremely sharp. Nothing below a heaven-grade treasure could resist it. However, these blood-red saber lights did not shatter, and there were not even cracks. Kid, be careful. This seems to be the work of a saint. Damn it, it's too evil. We're trapped. The crimson dragon's face was gloomy, and he gritted his teeth. In Murong Qingqing, Shan Jingqiu led the people of the two holy lands and merged. The three holy lands joined forces to resist. Don't panic. This formation has existed for so long, and it definitely won't be able to display its original power. It's not that we can't resist it. Although Lin Xian was attacked fiercely, they could still resist. However, they did not know how long the formation could last. They could hold on for a short period of time, but as time passed, they would be in danger. After all, they were humans. Although they were powerful, their strength was not endless. Moreover, this formation had existed for tens of thousands of years, and it must have its own energy. As time passed, they might really be killed. No, I can't let this continue. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Attack! We must break this formation. He was a formation master, so he naturally knew that passively defending was not the best way. Taking the initiative to attack was the way to go. Set up the universe formation. Behind him, Xing Tian shouted coldly. The cultivators of Immortal Palace moved quickly. They combined to form a strange, large formation. This was an extremely terrifying offensive formation of Immortal Palace. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, the young disciples displayed it, and its power was indeed boundless. On the side, Shen Jingqiu and Murong Qingqing also organized their disciples to counterattack. Among them, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground set up the Green Lotus Sword Formation. Purple Afterglow Sacred Ground. Purple Afterglow Six Directions Formation. When the other saints and saintesses saw this scene, they also shouted coldly. They also set up the unique formations of their respective holy lands. Wu Hua and the monks of Lanrua Temple formed the Dragon Subduing Tiger Formation. Yin Yang Formation, Five Elements Formation. For Symbols Formation, Big Dipper Formation, all kinds of formations appeared one after another. They attacked crazily, resisting the blood-colored saber light that filled the sky. On the side of Demon King Palace, they also fought back with all their might. The cultivators of Demon King Palace formed the 8 Desolation Blood Sea Formation. Hua Tiando activated the purple bead, emitting thousands of rays of light to resist. Any blood-colored saber light that approached was instantly blasted away. However, Demon King Palace seemed to be the focus of the attack. Chapter 2534. The Demon King Palace seemed to be the focus of the attack. Therefore, they were under a lot more pressure. Although the 8-directional Blood Sea array was terrifying, it gradually became fragmented and could not withstand the attacks. Humph! Yan Ryu snorted coldly as a green light appeared in her eyes. A green stream of light rushed out from her body and slashed forward. In an instant, the surrounding blood-colored sword light shattered. This scene shocked everyone. The dark red divine dragon cried out in surprise. Damn, this chick is too strong. Sure enough, after one attack, Yenryu controlled the green stream of light to destroy all the surrounding blood-colored sword light. The crisis of the Demon King Palace was resolved. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The void trembled again, and 8 blood-colored figures appeared in all directions, freezing the heaven and earth. This is... Everyone's expression changed. They looked up at the sky with fear in their eyes, be it the Demon King Palace or the elites of the sacred grounds. Lin Xian also frowned. Sure enough, something else had appeared. Furthermore, these 8 figures were accompanied by tremendous auras as soon as they appeared, which were stronger than the crimson saber glow from before. Demonic beasts. Xing Tian's pupils constricted. At this moment, everyone looked up at the sky. Ah! Exclamations of surprise were heard. Between heaven and earth, the 8 blood-colored figures were extremely terrifying. They seemed to be formed by blood-colored light and emitted a powerful aura. Huge, blood-colored wings were hidden behind their backs, and when they flapped, they brought about a strong, demonic wind. What are these? Bats? Someone exclaimed. No, they were indeed bats. And judging from the aura, it should be the Bat King. Damn it! The Dayan saint's face instantly turned gloomy. He recalled that they had a disciple who had his skin sucked dry. Could it be that the Bat King did it? Kill! A genius from the Dayan sacred ground charged forward. Damn you, stinky bat! Return my junior brother's life. A blue sword light flashed across the sky and shone in all directions. It was like a wave as it slashed forward. Along with it was a loud roar. The surrounding people exclaimed. This sword technique was terrifying. Judging from its power, it was definitely at the level of a top-notch almighty. Buzz, poof! There was a scream as the blue sword light in the sky shattered. The genius from the sacred ground who attacked was sent flying, and his arm turned into a bloody mist. What? How could he be so powerful? Everyone was stunned. The saint son of Dayan's pupils constricted. The other saints and saintesses also gasped in astonishment. What did they see? A crimson bat king had severely injured a genius from the sacred land with just a flap of its wings. Wasn't this method a little too terrifying? What realm had these blood-red bat kings reached? They did not dare to imagine. So powerful. At the very least, it was an 8-star Supreme Demon King. Moreover, it was not an ordinary Supreme Demon King. It was very likely that he was in the middle to late stages. Thinking of this, everyone's heart turned heavy. Humph. So what? It's just a demonic beast. I'll kill it. A young man from the Nangong family walked out. This young man was very handsome, and his body shone with boundless light. Nangong Saint, the surrounding crowd exclaimed. They did not expect that a saint-level genius was about to make a move. They watched the battle nervously. Nangong Xingzi soared into the sky and stared at a blood bat king in the sky. The blood-colored bat king was challenged. It flapped its blood-colored wings, which turned into dozens of sharp saber lights that slashed toward Qin Mu. Boom! Boom! The void was shattered in an instant. Soon, dozens of saber lights shrouded Nangong Xingzi. Nangong Xingzi sneered. An unparalleled power erupted from his body and formed a sphere that spread out in all directions. Boom! The saber lights hit the sphere and made an earth-shattering sound. Boom! Boom! The saber lights were shattered and turned into a bloody mist. Nangong Xingzi laughed. You want to hurt me with mere saber lights? Go to hell. As he spoke, he threw out a palm. His palm covered the sky and was completely black. It was as if a demonic mountain was pressing down. The sky was torn apart in an instant. The violent energy caused the surrounding young disciples to exclaim. Boom! The palm hit the Bloodbat King and completely shrouded it. This is great. He hit it. The disciples of the Nangong family cheered. Humph! Let's see how he dies. How dare you be arrogant in front of me? You're courting death. Cold laughter could be heard. Nan Gong Xingzi revealed a smug smile. It was nothing in front of his black demon palm. However, the next moment he was stunned. What was going on? He felt that his opponent had not turned into a bloody mist under his black demon palm. Whoosh! The huge black demon palm was raised, and countless winds and clouds changed. The surrounding people widened their eyes and looked forward. Damn it! How could this be? He's not injured. That's impossible. The people of the Nangong family were the first to exclaim. The geniuses of the other sacred lands were also shocked. Lin Xian frowned. Yi Wudao's eyes were like golden lightning that streaked across the void. Damn it! How could this be? Nan Gong Xingzi was also stunned. His black demon palm was a unique technique. Even a pinnacle almighty would be smashed into pieces by such a palm strike. Even a peerless almighty would be seriously injured. However, his opponent was not injured at all. There was not even a crack on his body. Damn it! Go to hell! The black demon palm struck again. This time, its power was even more violent than before. It could be said that it could destroy heaven and earth. Boom! An earth-shattering sound could be heard. The entire cave shook, and large cracks spread in all directions. However, Nan Gong Xingzi's face turned even uglier. He was the attacker, so he could naturally sense the situation of the Blood Bat King under his black demon palm. The Blood Bat King was still intact. Whoosh! Suddenly, the black demon palm broke into pieces. A blood-colored crack appeared, and two blood-colored wings pierced through the void and destroyed the black demon palm. Damn it! Nan Gong Xingzi retreated. Cracks appeared on his palm, and blood flowed out. His handsome face became extremely distorted. Saint! The martial artists of the Nangong family exclaimed and rushed over. The others all looked ahead in horror. It was too terrifying. The blood-colored bat was so terrifying. It could injure a saint. The opponent's strength was completely above that of a saint. Moreover, the opponent had only flapped his wings. He did not even move his body. This made the faces of all the saints and saintesses turn gloomy. Damn it! What the hell was that? Many people were horrified. The people of the Fey Imperial Palace exclaimed. Damn it! It was the Bloodwing Bat King. It was a mutated beast. Wasn't it said to be extinct? How could it appear here? And there were 8 of them. The Bloodwing Bat King was an ancient, peerless beast. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This ancient tomb was too strange. It even had such an ancient beast that was about to go extinct. Whoosh! 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 The 8 Bloodwing Bat Kings moved at this moment. They flapped their blood-colored wings and formed a blood-colored tornado that swept in all directions. Chapter 2535. The martial artists of the various sacred lands suffered a violent impact. The tornado was even more terrifying than the saber light from before. Quickly block it. Lin Xian snorted coldly and activated the dragon sword domain. It roared in the sky and tore apart the surrounding tornadoes. The other saints and saintesses also used their ultimate skills to resist. Whoosh! The 8 Bloodwing Bat Kings moved. The moment they appeared, they brought along a powerful storm and a terrifying blood aura. Those array attacks were instantly shattered. Among them, 5 of the Bloodwing Bat Kings charged towards the human sacred lands. The other 3 charged towards the demon Imperial Palace. The faces of the people of the demon Imperial Palace instantly turned green. One had to know that no matter how powerful they were still just a sacred land. There were so many sacred lands on the other side, but they were only attacked by 5 Bloodwing Bat Kings. Their sacred land was attacked by 3 Bloodwing Bat Kings. How could they contend against this? Moreover, these were not ordinary Bloodwing Bat Kings. Any one of them could easily injure a saint-level genius. Sure enough, in an instant, Miserable cries came from the demon Imperial Palace. More than a dozen martial artists of the demon Imperial Palace were instantly torn apart. A large bloody mist filled the air as miserable cries sounded. It was like hell on earth. The other disciples were also affected and vomited blood as they flew backward. In the blink of an eye, the demon Imperial Palace was severely injured. Damn it! Get lost! Huachendu's eyes instantly turned red. He activated the purple orb and shot out a ray of piercing cold light. Bang! An earth-shattering sound rang out. A blood-winged bat king was blocked and forced back, but soon it charged over with a howl. It did not suffer any injuries. Damn it! Hua! Chendu roared and attacked again, fighting with the blood-winged bat king. The other two charged towards Yen Ryu. This scene caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Yen Ryu snorted coldly and formed a seal with her palm. Immediately, a green treasure bottle appeared in her hand, and thousands of rays of light shone down, enveloping her body. Boom, boom, boom. The blood-colored tornado collided with it, making a clanging sound, but it did not break. This scene made the people of the Demon Imperial Palace heave a sigh of relief. However, they did not relax, because the two Bloodwing Bat Kings had already reached Yen Ryu's side. What was going on? In the distance, the martial artists of the various sacred lands also exclaimed. They were attacked by 5 Bloodwing Bat Kings. In an instant, a great battle broke out. However, the Holy Sons and Holy Daughters used a wisp of their souls to investigate the situation at the Demon Imperial Palace. When they saw the 2 Bloodwing Bat Kings attacking Yen Ryu, they cried out in alarm. From the looks of it, the target of these Bat Kings seemed to be that mysterious woman. What's going on? Just what kind of identity did that Yen Ryu have? How could he alarm 2 Bloodwing Bat Kings? It should be noted that they had saint bodies on their side, and the saints and saintesses only had 5 saint bodies. One Yen Ryu had actually attracted 2 of them. Could it be that the other party possessed some kind of unique bloodline? Or perhaps his status in the Demon King Palace was very special. They didn't know. Lin Xian also became nervous when he saw this. Yen Ryu was Zhao Shui that he had set his mind on. He did not wish for anything to happen to her. Pung! Damn it! Lin Xian roared. He saw that Yen Ryu had been sent flying, but fortunately, he didn't seem to have suffered any injuries. On the other hand, the people from the Demon Imperial Palace went crazy. Among them, a few powerful Demon Kings roared. Protect the young master. They charged towards the Bloodwing Bat Kings as if they had gone mad. Boom! Boom! The battle was very intense. The sky full of attacks collided with the Bloodwing Bat Kings, making sonorous sounds. However, the attacks did not break through their bodies. Impossible! Damn it! Could it be that these are invincible Demon Kings? Those powerhouses screamed because it was too unbelievable. Their attacks were extremely swift and fierce. Even if they were peerless Demon Kings, they would have been blown apart long ago. No, they were not ordinary Demon Kings. It seemed that they had been refined like the Big Dipper coffin outside. They might also have Tao patterns on their bodies. This was no longer a Demon King. It should be a guardian of the tomb. Their defense was astonishing and their combat strength was powerful. They must be careful. Cries of alarm sounded one after another. Sure enough, although Lin Xian had a lot of people on his side, the attacks of those young disciples could not hurt the Bloodwing Bat Kings at all. Even a single saint could not do it. They had to join forces to suppress them. This was too strange. Every single thing in this ancient tomb was extremely terrifying. One had to know that these saints and saintesses were all peerless geniuses who dominated the world. Which one of them did not dominate a region? Now, they were only tied with one Demon King after joining forces? No one would believe it if they told others. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that the 5 Bloodwing Bat Kings were not attacking alone. The 5 of them joined forces to form a strange formation that enveloped everyone. At that moment, Lin Xian and the others began to roar in anger. Lin Xian also knew that this was not everyone's true strength. For example, Yu Wu Dao, the Alcade Saint, and the others probably still had a lot of trump cards that they had not used. Not to mention them, even he did not use the saint's hand bone. Black earth. Uft. In the distance, the illusion saint screamed. One of his arms was torn off and instantly turned into human skin. Among them, a bloodwing bat king charged towards him and kept absorbing his blood. Damn it, get out of my way. The illusion saint was so scared that his face turned green. He roared angrily, and his severed arm instantly regrew. A majestic force surged out. The bloodwing bat king was sent flying. Phew! The illusion saint exhaled. His face was pale. It was too dangerous. He was almost killed just now. When the other saints and saintesses saw this scene, their expressions turned solemn. The younger disciples were scared out of their wits. It was too terrifying. Even a saint would be killed if he was not careful, let alone them. Oh no, don't get hurt by it. Lin Xian shouted coldly. His soul was super strong, and he instantly realized that something was wrong with these bloodwing bat kings. Their strength was constantly rising. Damn it, don't let them suck blood. They can increase their combat strength. Lin Xian shouted coldly again. What? Hearing this, everyone sensed it. Sure enough, they found that the bloodwing bat king's combat strength was getting stronger and stronger. Damn it, if this continued, they would definitely die. They could not delay any longer. They had to use their land cards. The illusion saint gritted his teeth and took out an illusion pearl. It emitted a strange and bright light. As soon as the illusion pearl was taken out, it tore apart the sea of blood and the terrifying red storm. The other saints and saintesses also used their trump cards. However, these bloodwing bat kings were too terrifying. They were puppets that had been refined with saint artifacts. They were the guardians of the ancient tomb. Therefore, even if they used their land cards, these saints and saintesses would not be able to kill them in a short time. On the other side, the people of the Demon Imperial Palace were roaring. Chapter 2536. They were severely suppressed. Damn it, he really deserved to die. Why are they targeting us? We also have the blood of the demon race flowing in our bodies. Those experts roared angrily. They really couldn't understand. Why would the array specifically target them? Yan Ryu and Hua Tiandu's faces were gloomy. Damn it, bloodline. They're here for our bloodline. Hua Tiandu gritted his teeth and hurriedly protected Ryu. He couldn't let her get hurt. The eyes of the experts of the Demon Imperial Palace also turned red. They crazily protected Yan Ryu. They resisted the attacks of the two bloodwing bat kings. They had no choice. Firstly, they had to listen to Hua Tiandu's orders. Secondly, Yan Ryu's identity was too special, not only to the Demon Imperial Palace, but to the entire demon race. It was extremely important. They couldn't let her suffer any losses. Kill. The eyes of the two bloodwing bat kings bloomed with a strange green light. They stared at Yan Ryu. Kill. Cold roars sounded. That's right, their target was indeed Yan Ryu. Of course, they wouldn't let those humans go. You want my blood? Humph. What a good idea. Yan Ryu snorted coldly. She didn't expect that these guardians would attack her in this ancient tomb. Could it be that the deceased ancient sage of the monstrous tribe was plotting against her? But how many tens of thousands of years had it been? Didn't he die long ago? On Yan Ryu's body, a green light surrounded her like a bunch of lotus flowers, completely enveloping her. Pung pung pung. The green lotus phantom was very tall, like an immortal flower. It danced in the air, turned into a divine rainbow, and swept out. With a bang, one of the bloodwing bat kings was sent flying. The bloodwing bat king smashed through the void and directly retreated far away, rolling countless times before stopping. But in the next moment, it screamed and charged over. The two bloodwing bat kings attacked crazily. They waved their wings, sharp claws, and teeth, constantly biting the green lotus phantom. The green lotus phantom was bitten into pieces and would shatter at any time, but it recovered in an instant. It grew and multiplied endlessly as if it was indestructible. It blocked the attacks of the two Bloodwing Bat Kings. This scene shocked everyone. Heavens! How could Yen Ryu be so terrifying? She could actually resist two Bloodwing Bat Kings alone. How could this be? Could it be that her strength far surpassed the saints? These people were all crazy. Yi Wu Dao, the Yao Guang Saint Sun, the Dao Yi Saint Sun, the Grand Xia Prince, the Central Continent Twin Kings, and the others all wore solemn expressions. They felt a huge pressure. Someone had actually surpassed them. Humph, impossible. That girl must have some kind of super trump card. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to resist it. The twin kings of the Central Prefecture snorted coldly, and the Alcade Saint Sun's eyes flickered. Her green lotus phantom was terrifying, and it was definitely a precious treasure. Leaf Dao Denier didn't say anything. Instead, he shouted coldly, unleashing his golden spirit domain and unleashing deadly attacks on the Bloodwing Bat King. All of a sudden, the power of the saintly physique was displayed. It was earth-shattering as it fought with the Bloodwing Bat King. Lin Xian and the others also fought back with all their might. However, Lin Xian did not display his full combat strength. He had been accumulating strength all this time. Who knew if there was something even more terrifying after these Bloodwing Bat Kings? Now, all he had to do was protect himself. Their immortal palace's side could still hold on for now. Shen Jingqiu and Murong Qingqing were not in any danger. In the distance, Yen Ryu displayed a powerful green lotus phantom and temporarily resolved the crisis. All of this made Lin Xian breathe a sigh of relief. Ruse along. Quickly search and see if you can break this formation. At the same time, Lin Xian activated his heavenly secret divine eyes, trying to control one of the Bloodwing Bat Kings. However, his eye technique was reflected in an instant. There was even an even more terrifying backlash force that surged toward him. It was very bloody and wanted to devour his soul. Soul ignition. Lin Xian activated the secret art of soul ignition in an instant, burning away the cold, bloody energy. Damn it! There was indeed something mysterious in these Bloodwing Bat Kings' bodies. He guessed that it should be something like a Dao pattern. Otherwise, it couldn't be so powerful that it could resist his heavenly secret divine eyes. Roar! The battle situation in front changed again. The bodies of the three Bloodwing Bat Kings suddenly expanded. Blood-colored patterns appeared on their bodies. They opened their bloody legs and enveloped the people of the Demon Imperial Palace. The expressions of the people of the Demon Imperial Palace changed instantly. They felt that the blood in their bodies was rapidly draining. Not good. They want to forcefully rob us of our blood. The expressions of the experts of the Demon Imperial Palace changed drastically. Damn it, this is the Bat King's innate ability. They actually activated their bloodline power. Hurry up and activate our own. Countless angry roars rang out. The people of the Demon Imperial Palace quickly activated their bloodline power to resist. The Bloodwing Bat King was a mutated species of heaven and earth in ancient times. It was an extremely terrifying, peerless beast. In addition to their ferocious nature, their bloodline power was extremely terrifying. They could directly rob others of their blood. This kind of method was extremely strange and impossible to guard against. For a moment, the people of the Demon Imperial Palace screamed. Tiandu threw out a purple bead that kept expanding. It was like a purple sun that fixed the sky and resisted. On Yen Ryu's side, the green lotus illusion on her body also expanded. It turned into a divine tree of heaven and earth that enveloped all the people of the Demon Imperial Palace. On the other side, the 5 Bloodwing Bat Kings also activated their deprive ability and forcefully robbed the martial artists of their blood. The young martial artists instantly screamed. Their faces were pale. Blood rushed out of their bodies and turned into rivers that flew into the sky. The 5 bloodwing bat kings crazily devoured. Many of the weaker ones were directly turned into human skin. Their blood was forcefully taken away. The immortal palace side was also affected. The disciples of the immortal palace screamed. Their armor and king's domain were useless at this moment. The blood in their bodies flew out uncontrollably. Seeing that they were about to be sucked dry, Lin Xian shouted coldly, "Great dragon, sword soul!" In the spirit domain, countless dragon-shaped sword energies flew out and slashed towards the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Countless cracks appeared between heaven and earth. The blood that filled the sky flowed back. The martial artists of the immortal palace cried out in shock. That's great. They felt like they had just survived a great festival. Seeing this scene, the other saints and saintesses all followed suit. They slashed the void, wanting to stop it. However, almost no one succeeded. They couldn't cut off this connection at all. Damn it! How could that kid cut it off? Could it be that there was something special about his sword chi? The surrounding saints and saintesses couldn't understand. How could they know that the great dragon sword soul's attack was unparalleled? It could destroy everything. The deprivability could also be destroyed. Chapter 25:37. Of course, the other saints and saintesses did not have the great dragon sword soul, but some powerful saints and saintesses had other means. For example, the golden sword, dragon pattern cauldron, only in heaven and earth, and the power of the saint physique could all destroy the divine power. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, after such a long time, it would still be a great crisis for the human race. Perhaps, other than a few saints and saintesses, everyone else would be killed. Damn it! Lin Xian roared and rushed into the sky. His body emitted a powerful light as he waved the ancient dragon abyss sword in all directions. Streaks of sharp sword waves burst forth like heavenly swords, shattering the void. They were saved. Everyone exclaimed as they felt their blood returning to their bodies. In the next moment, they looked at Lin Xian. It was this kid who saved them. At this moment, they had mixed feelings. The saints and saintesses looked at Lin Xian's figure with solemn expressions. His opponent's sword chi was simply too sharp and too bizarre. Lin Xian ignored them. His figure flashed and instantly arrived at the side of the Demon Imperial Palace. With a few slashes, he broke the Bat King's divine power. They were saved. The people of the Demon Imperial Palace also heaved a sigh of relief. They looked at Lin Xian with complicated expressions. Yan Ryu smiled. "Thank you, young master, for your help." She wanted to smile. "Beautiful." Hua Tiandu snorted. But he still said, "Thank you for your help. I will remember this favor." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the sky, the 8 Bloodwing Bat Kings stopped attacking. They stood in 8 different directions and stared coldly at Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt a great pressure. It was extremely dangerous to be stared at by so many peerless demon kings. Humph! He snorted, and sword chi rushed out from his body, shattering the void and destroying the powerful pressure of the 8 demon kings. Lin Xian stood in the sky and looked in all directions. "Everyone, I think we should work together. Brother Lin, do you have any ideas?" Yi Wudao asked. The other saints and saintesses also looked up. Among them, the 5 Elements Palace, the 9 Firmaments Divine Emperor, and the Tai Dynasty were furious, but they did not say anything. This was because the other party's sword technique was very powerful. It was able to destroy that kind of blood-sucking divine ability. To them, this was undoubtedly a life-saving straw. They didn't dare to provoke him now. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as tens of thousands of sword beams radiated from his body. He was like a sword immortal. My companion is an array master. He should be able to find the key to breaking the array. When the time comes, we can attack together and break this array. Then he could leave this place. However, during this period, I ask for everyone's cooperation. Cooperate. Hearing this, the expressions of the people from the Nangong family and the Inyang sect changed. They remembered what had happened before. Previously, when they were trying to break the 8 trigrams formation in the secret room, they had worked together with the other party. However, at that time they were not too willing. In the end, they were tortured to death by the other party. The current scene was extremely similar to the one before. This made them gnash their teeth and their faces turn ashen. However, there was nothing they could do. The other party's attainments and formations were far above theirs. "All right, no problem. We'll listen to you." Yi Wudao nodded. Wu Hua also made a statement. The prince of the Great Xia also said that it was fine. Since the top saints had said so, the other saints and saintesses didn't dare to have any objections. "Ruzalong, it's up to you," Lin Xian said. She opened up the dragon's word domain, and countless dragon-shaped sword beams surrounded her, cutting off the blood-sucking divine ability. The Crimson Dragon led the people from the various sacred lands to begin breaking the array. However, the array wasn't that easy to break. There were still 8 Bloodwing Bat Kings eyeing them covetously. As expected, as soon as they began to break the array, the 8 Bloodwing Bat Kings attacked like crazy. This time, their strength was even more terrifying than before. Rays of blood-colored light shot into the sky like a surging sea of blood. Although Lin Xian had temporarily suppressed the blood-sucking divine ability, the Bloodwing Bat Kings were still very terrifying without it. For a moment, screams sounded again. They split into 2 groups. One group broke the array, while the other attacked. Lin Xian roared and slashed out with his sword. He sent a Bloodwing Bat King flying as he roared loudly. "Qingcheng, Jingqiu, you and Ruzalong break the array together. I'll attack with Wu Hua and the others. Murong Qingcheng, Shan Jingqiu, lead the others and the Crimson Dragon to break the array." On the other side, Lin Xian, Wu Hua, Yi Wudao, Yaoguang Sage, and the others began to attack. Of course, in addition to them, countless geniuses and powerhouses also attacked. They destroyed a part of the world. However, the 8 Bloodwing Bat Kings were too terrifying. Their bodies were like heaven-grade treasures that couldn't be broken at all. After a fierce battle, the Bloodwing Bat Kings were sent flying countless times, but each time they would quickly charge back. It was as if they were endless and couldn't die. Lin Xian's side was miserable. The better ones had exhausted their strength, and the worse ones were injured. In fact, 2 of the saints were torn apart and almost killed. "Humph!" Yen Ruyu snorted coldly. She took off a bronze octagonal bell from her waist and shook it gently in her hand. Ding ding dang dang. A crisp sound was heard, and suddenly the void shattered. Not good. It seemed to be Flower Protector. The surrounding people's faces changed. They didn't expect that the other party would have a Flower Protector. Damn it, weren't the 3 Flower Protectors taken away? How could there be a 4th one? Someone exclaimed. Even Lin Xian was surprised. Yi Wudao and the Yaoguang Sage were also surprised. The 3 Flower Protectors had been divided among the 3 of them. They didn't expect another one to appear in the other party's hands. "Defend!" Exclamations were heard. Everyone retreated. The light of Flower Protector blasted the Bloodwing Bat Kings, sending them flying again. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Mysterious runes appeared on the Bat King's body. Their bodies seemed to be flowing with blood. It was incomparably demonic. A terrifying demonic aura filled the air. "No, help me. I can't unleash the full power of Flower Protector." Indeed, although Yen Ryu was powerful, she was only at the level of a Skype ride. Although Flower Protector was terrifying, they couldn't unleash its full power yet. Attack! Lin Xian also took out Flower Protector. Not only him, but Yi Wudao and the Yaoguang Sage also took out Flower Protectors. For Flower Protectors floated in the sky, stabilizing the 4 sides of Heaven Palace, and then began to shake. They attacked carefully, controlling all the sound waves within a certain range to avoid being affected. Flower Protectors were very powerful. although they could only unleash a trace of power. If they attacked, the martial artists below the level of an almighty would be turned into ashes in an instant. Roar! The 4 Bloodwing Bat Kings roared and pounced on Flower Protector, fighting against him. As for the other 4, they charged over once again. Chapter 2538. The 4 Bloodwing Bat Kings roared and pounced on Flower Protector, fighting against him. As for the other 4, they charged over once again. Damn it! Leaf Dowdenier roared. Their Flower Protector could only pin down 4 of them. They needed other methods to deal with the other 4. However, Yanryu began to breathe a sigh of relief. There were only 4 left, and the danger to them had greatly decreased. It wasn't that they couldn't defeat them. Thinking of this, a green light appeared on her body, and she slashed out, sending one of the closest ones flying. Everyone attacked together, suppressing them. Kill! Angry roars rang out one after another. The cultivators of the various holy lands charged over, forcing the 4 Bloodwing Bat Kings to retreat. That's great! Everyone cheered wildly. They saw hope. However, the 4 Bloodwing Bat Kings roared, and endless bloody light spread out from their bodies. Buzz! 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 For more blurry figures appeared beside them, and they began to combine and transform, forming another 4 Bat Kings. Damn it, how is this possible? Are they clones? The Alcade Saint waved his palm, sending one of the condensed Bat Kings flying. However, he found that there were no cracks on the other party's body, and it was also terrifying. Not good. I'm afraid it's not clones. Damn it, what is this? It can't be broken. Exclamations sounded, and despair appeared in everyone's eyes. At this moment, the Bloodwing Bat Kings that were fighting against the 4 Flower Protectors also split into 4 clones. The 8 Bat Kings became 16 Bat Kings. Each one was incomparably powerful, and their bodies were like Heaven Step artifacts. Their attacks were even more powerful. Damn it! No, I don't believe it. Everyone was in despair. It was already difficult for them to fight against the 8 Bat Kings. Now that the number had doubled, what could they do? 16 Bloodwing Bat Kings. How could they fight? Everyone's faces were filled with despair. Leaf Dowdenier, the Alcade Saint, and the others' faces were gloomy. Unless they used all their trump cards, could they kill the other party? They had no confidence in their hearts. Ka ka ka! Boom! At this moment, the Crimson Dragon exclaimed, "Great, the array is broken. Everyone run. Kid, let's hurry up and leave." The Crimson Dragon roared. Lin Xian and the others' eyes lit up. In an instant, his dragon sword domain enveloped everyone from Immortal Palace and flew into the distance. "Let's go." He called out to Murong Qing Cheng and Xin Jingqiu and left quickly. Off to the side, flowerless, Leaf Dowdenier, the Grand Xia Crown Prince, the Alcade Holy Sun, and the others all shouted coldly. They took their people and left. It was impossible for them to fight back now. There were 16 terrifying Bat Kings, and they simply couldn't fight back. They could only hurry and escape. Those who were too slow would probably be killed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Everyone fled in all directions. Everyone fled in different directions. Their speed was extremely fast. Some were even willing to burn their spiritual power, take secret pills, and use secret techniques to increase their speed. Roar! The 16 Bloodwing Bat Kings chased after him. One of them headed toward the Demon Emperor Palace, and the other toward Leaf Dowdenier. One of them charged towards the Gu clan. These 3 great saints were very powerful, but they acted alone. The others had more or less joined forces. Roar! Among them, 2 of the Bat Kings charged toward Lin Xian's side. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian's face darkened and the Crimson Dragon cursed. F***CK. Why are there 2 of them? They were about to go crazy. Even Leaf Dowdenier and the Gu clan had one. Why were there 2 of them on their side? Could it be that the Bloodwing Bat Kings had recognized their strength? But what kind of joke was this? They suddenly felt the treatment of the demon emperor palace. Damn it! Xingtian also roared. Xin Jingqiu and Morong Qingqing also focused their gazes. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He roared, and the dragon's sword domain turned into an azure dragon, enveloping everyone and increasing his speed again. However, the two Bloodwing Bat Kings followed closely behind. In the end, they even cut off their path. Not only them, but the others were also affected. In an instant, a great battle broke out. Kid, let's fight. We have so many people. I don't believe we can't kill him. Don't you have flower protector? Let's set one first. Lin Xian nodded, and the flower protector floated above his head. To be honest, they weren't particularly afraid of the two Bloodwing Bat Kings. Lin Xian had many trump cards on his side. There was also the Sage's Handbone and the Black Earth. Buzz, buzz, buzz! But in the next moment his face turned green, because he found that the two Bloodwing Bat Kings had once again transformed into clones, and there were 3 more. Damn it! 5 Bloodwing Bat Kings appeared on their side in an instant. How were they going to fight? They were not the only ones. Roars could be heard from other places as well. The Bloodwing Bat Kings that were besieging the sacred ground also transformed into clones. More Bloodwing Bat Kings appeared. For a moment, screams were heard. No, why would they transform into clones? Lin Xian supported the dragon's sword domain and floated the flower protector, blocking the void. They didn't act rashly. The 5 Bloodwing Bat Kings were also waiting. There must be a reason. There must be a reason. Why did these guys have clones? Damn it, why is this happening? Lin Xian thought quickly. Previously, they were targeting Yanruyu, and now they were targeting them. Not only that, the Gu family and the Yi family were also heavily impacted. Could it be bloodline? Lin Xian's pupils shrank. Bloodline, what bloodline? The Crimson Dragon was puzzled. Lin Xian said, "Yes, it must be bloodline power. We don't know Yanruyu's identity, but it seems that her status seems to be stronger than Hua Tiandu, the sage of the Demon Imperial Palace. Thinking about it, her bloodline power must be very terrifying. So, these Bloodwing Bat Kings targeted her before. In addition, the Gu family and the Yi family were ancient families with the bloodline of the great emperor, especially Yi Wudao, who was a sage. So they received special targeting. Wu Hua also had a mysterious bloodline, and there were other saints and saintesses. All the major sects, as long as they had bloodline power, were targeted. We have more on our side. Ruzalong, you don't have to say it. If the Demon Imperial Palace knew about your bloodline, they would go crazy. Qingqing and Xiao also have amazing bloodlines, and Peacock has the bloodline of the Great Bright Lord. That's why we are being targeted. Damn it, it's really like that." The Crimson Dragon thought for a while and found that Lin Xian's guess was right. Everyone's expression changed. But it shouldn't be. 5 of them had bloodlines, so how could there be 5 of them? Among the others, there must be bloodline power. That should be because their bloodline power was not enough. Whether it was Ruzalong, Qiu Qingchen, Yi Wudao, or Wu Hua, their bloodline power was the best. It could be said that it shattered the past and present. These Bloodwing Bat Kings were guardians. Could it be that the Demon Imperial Palace gave an order before he died? Did he ask them to collect the best bloodline power? Then what was the use of collecting it? Chapter 2539. Lin Xian still couldn't figure it out, but he guessed that it was most likely the case. These Bloodwing Bat Kings were indeed used to collect bloodline power, which was why they were targeted. 1, 2, 3, for 1 more to go. Temple Master, what bloodline power do you have? Peacock asked from behind. Lin Xian shook his head. I don't have any bloodline power. No. Hearing this, everyone was stunned and couldn't believe it. Their Temple Master was so powerful, but he didn't have any bloodline power. That was too unbelievable. That wasn't right. Who was the extra one targeting? The Crimson Dragon frowned. It's me. The 1-pound Xingtian said, I have a spatial bloodline. As expected, the Crimson Dragon sighed. That made sense. However, let's think about how to deal with these 5 big guys. It seems that if we don't move, they won't move either. Why don't we just stay here and waste time with them? Xingtian, take out the black demon ship. The other disciples boarded the ship and controlled it. Yes. Xingtian waved his hand and the black demon ship appeared. Immediately, the disciples of the Immortal Palace all entered the black demon ship and activated the formation inside to resist. I'll seal one with Flower Protector and another with the Saint's Hand Bone. There are 3 left. Qingcheng, you and Qiu take one. Xingtian, you take Peacock and the others to fight against one. Leave the last one to me and Ruzalong. In an instant, Lin Xian distributed the tasks. These people quickly took action. Lin Xian took out the Saint's Hand Bone and suspended it in the air. A terrifying pressure emerged, and the entire space instantly froze. Soon, he and Flower Protector sealed 2 of them. These 2 weapons of mass destruction were already very powerful even before they were unsealed. If the seal was broken, it would probably be sealed directly. However, Lin Xian didn't want to break the seal unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, the appearance of the Big Dipper coffin this time was related to him breaking the Saint's Hand Bone. He couldn't guarantee that something terrifying would happen if he broke the seal again. It was better to resist it himself first. If he really couldn't hold on, he would use it. Erupt together. Lin Xian, Crimson Dragon, Murong Qingqing, Shanjingqiu, Xingtian, and the others were all using their own ultimate techniques. Peacock and the rest coordinated their attacks with the black demon ship. This battle was earth-shattering, and it took a very long time. It had already lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Lin Xian and the others were about to run out of energy. Fortunately, they had a lot of natural treasures in their hands. Moreover, the more they fought, the more excited they became because this was the best battle they had ever had. They could use this to improve their combat awareness and experience. After all, it wasn't something that could happen at any time. Finally, on the 7th day of the battle, Lin Xian felt that it was about time. He began to use his trump card to kill. Whoosh! The great dragon sword soul erupted, and the 4 seals on the ancient dragon abyss sword were undone. A bloodwing bat king was sent flying. There was a sword wound on its body that couldn't be healed. This scene shocked the people at the checkpoint. They didn't expect their temple master's sword chi to be so terrifying. As expected, Lin Xian managed to severely injure a bloodwing bat king with the help of the great dragon sword soul. However, the bloodwing bat king was too terrifying. There were Taoist patterns in its body. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to kill it completely. Kid, use that thing. Didn't you catch a lot of bugs like the gold-devouring bugs? See if you can destroy them. The Crimson Dragon reminded him. Okay. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He had forgotten about this. When he first entered the cave, he caught 100 of these black bugs, and he could control them with his soul. Now that he used it, the 100 black bugs flew out. They fought against the heavily injured Bloodwing Bat King. The Bloodwing Bat King sent the black bugs flying. However, these bugs were made of darkness magic crystals and were very sturdy. Their bodies were not inferior to the Bloodwing Bat King's. Therefore, they could fly out and come back again. For a while, the 2 sides were locked in a fierce battle. However, not only were these black bugs hard, but they could also devour everything. Sure enough, before long, one of the Bloodwing Bat Kings let out a miserable roar. Many holes appeared on its body. They were all bitten by these black bugs. Bite its head. Lin Xian controlled these black bugs to crawl toward the Bloodwing Bat King's head. He guessed that even if there were Taoist patterns, they should be in the head and the heart. Therefore, he split up and attacked the Bloodwing Bat King's head and heart respectively. The Bloodwing Bat King struggled frantically. Its body was overflowing with bloody light, and mysterious runes flashed. However, these black bugs were indeed very strange. They could cut through everything. In the end, they broke the Bloodwing Bat King's heart and brain respectively. They bit the Taoist patterns inside. The Bloodwing Bat King screamed. It was no longer invincible. In the end, it was killed and turned into a bloody mist. Whoosh! The bloody mist drifted in all directions. The Crimson Dragon exclaimed. He felt that his dragon blood had been stimulated. This was great. Could it be that this thing could awaken the power of one's bloodline? Thinking of this, he crazily absorbed the blood. Not only him, but Murong Qingqing, Xinjingqiu, Xingtian, and Peacock also absorbed the blood. They felt that their bloodline power was boiling. For a moment, they looked at the remaining Bloodwing Bat Kings with shining eyes. Lin Xian was also surprised. However, he did not have the power of his bloodline. However, he had the Dragon Sword Soul. He realized that this thing also had a revival effect on the Dragon Sword Soul. The Dragon Sword Soul was more powerful than before. Although the improvement was not much, Lin Xian could clearly feel it. Kill! Lin Xian was overjoyed. He knew how difficult it was to revive the Dragon Sword Soul. Now that there was such an opportunity, how could he let it go? In an instant, everyone charged forward again. Using this method, Lin Xian killed all the Blood-Robed Bat Kings, one by one. Lin Xian did not kill the last Bloodwing Bat King. Instead, he bit off the Taoist patterns in its head. Through the heavenly secret divine eyes, he directly controlled the Bloodwing Bat King and planted a beast slave mark in its body. Come here. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a golden light. The Bloodwing Bat King stopped attacking and floated over from the sky. It knelt on one knee on the ground and greeted its master. Very good. Lin Xian flashed a smile, while the others around him sucked in a cold breath. This scene was strange, no matter how they looked at it. Such a terrifying Bloodwing Bat King had been subdued. Everyone else heaved a sigh of relief. That was great. This battle was really extremely dangerous. Sure enough, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He asked, "How long has it been?" Xingtian calculated. It had been almost a month. Damn, a battle that lasted for a month. These Bloodwing Bat Kings were really terrifying. I wonder how the others are doing? Murong Qingqing frowned. Chapter 2540. I wonder how the others are doing? Murong Qingqing frowned. They probably didn't feel too good either. Even we barely made it out alive. It was very dangerous. But thinking about it, Wu Dao and the others must have made it through. Their trump cards aren't any less than ours. All right, let's rest here and recover our strength. We'll continue on our way. I want to see what's inside this ancient tomb. Everyone sat down cross-legged to rest. After fighting for a month, they had expended a lot of energy. These people rested for 7 days and 7 nights before completely recovering. Then they quickly set off and left this place. In other places, Wu Dao, the Gu family Wu Hua, and the others had also experienced a month of battle. They had used their super powerful trump cards to finally kill the Bloodwing Bat King that was chasing them. After recuperating, they set off again. The Fey Imperial Hall for Symbol's sacred ground, and the others did the same. However, some of the weaker ones were in trouble. Although they had killed the Bloodwing Bat King in the end, they had suffered heavy losses. The 5 Elements Palace and the Myriad Thunder sacred ground were even more miserable. Their saints had already been killed. Now that they had encountered such a powerful Fey King puppet, half of their disciples were killed. There were even situations where the saints of 2 sacred grounds were killed. The saints of the Illusion Palace and the Nangong family had both fallen. It could be said that this was a very tragic battle. The entire human race had been affected. The more serious ones had half of them killed, while the less serious ones were covered in injuries and had their strength greatly reduced. It could be said that the one that was preserved the most intact was Lin Xian's immortal palace. As they were well preserved, they did not die. They were only injured and exhausted. If the people of the other sacred grounds knew about this, What would they think? They would probably vomit blood in anger. Boom! 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 Lin Xian and the others flew quickly. They all boarded the black demon ship and turned into a black stream of light. Finally, they arrived at another hall. This hall was very majestic. There were demonic pillars around it, and there were engravings under its feet. It looked incomparably sinister. There were also several halls and secret rooms around it. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian formed a seal with both hands. A pair of golden eyes appeared in the sky and scanned the surroundings. He heaved a sigh of relief as he didn't discover any powerful array formations. Collect them separately and be careful. Don't touch the formation. Yes, Peacock, Hui Dao, Ghostly, and the others led the martial artists of Immortal Palace in all directions and began their search. Lin Xian, Crimson Dragon, Murong Qingqing, and the others also split up. Many palaces and pavilions were opened, some of them covered in dust. Yes, there was nothing. Damn it, could it be an empty city? These people are getting a little anxious. It wasn't easy for him to come here. If he didn't bring back some treasures, how could he be at ease? Ah! In the distance, Shun Jingqiu cried out in alarm. Brother Lin Xian, come quickly! Seeing this, Lin Xian's figure flashed and flew forward. After passing through several pavilions and halls, he finally arrived in front of Shin Jingqiu. After him, the Crimson Dragon, Murong Qingqing, Xing Tian, and the others all arrived. Shin Jingqiu pointed at the hall in front and said, Brother Lin Xian, look inside. There are treasures. Lin Xian and the others looked inside and then gasped. The Crimson Dragon's eyes were shining. We're rich, we're rich. The other martial artists of Immortal Palace, Purple Afterglow Sacred Land, and Jade Lake Sacred Land also flew over. When they saw this scene, they were also extremely shocked. Everyone was stupefied because inside the palace, there were countless treasure qi emitting resplendent light. Sabers, spears, staffs, axes, whips, and all kinds of treasures were arranged there. Each of them was like a small sun emitting a sharp aura. Qiu, did you find this? Lin Xian was surprised. Shen Jingqiu said with a smile, Yes, Brother Lin Xian. It seems that my luck is really good. I actually found so many treasures. How is it? I'm awesome, right? Qiu is really awesome. Let's split it among the three of us. Lin Xian said. He waved his hand. The martial artists of Immortal Palace walked in. The people of Purple Afterglow Sacred Land and Jade Lake Sacred Land were also extremely shocked. The female disciples of Jade Lake Sacred Land looked at Lin Xian in surprise. The people of Purple Afterglow Sacred Land were also shocked. In the crowd, the grandsons of the elders who opposed Lin Xian had already been killed by the Bloodwing Bat King in the previous battle. Now, they only had gratitude for Lin Xian. The people of Immortal Palace and the two sacred lands quickly walked in and distributed the treasures. Peacock and the others looked at this scene and exclaimed. There were earth-rank treasures inside. They were at least mid-rank treasures, and there were many high-rank and top-rank treasures. There were also a few heaven-rank treasures. This made them extremely jealous. They quickly collected and recorded the treasures. Lin Xian and the others looked at this scene and smiled. Palace Master were really rich. Peacock walked out with a smile on her face. She had already counted everything. There were 13,000 mid-rank earth-rank treasures, 2,300 high-rank earth-rank treasures, and 108 top-rank earth-rank treasures. Hearing this, Lin Xian also got these. The dark red divine dragon cried out in shock. Damn, this is too much. They didn't expect that there would be so many treasures in this palace. As expected of a saint's palace, it was indeed incomparably rich. Lin Xian also swallowed his saliva. It was indeed a lot. There are 4 treasures with sky-high prices. We've decided that Purple Afterglow Sacred Land will get 1, Jade Lake Sacred Land will get 1, and Immortal Palace will get 2. Good. Lin Xian nodded. He took the two heaven-ranked treasures. One was a pagoda, and the other was a long saber. In addition, the remaining weapons could be chosen by Immortal Palace's martial artists. The rest would be rewarded according to their contributions when they returned. Immortal Palace's martial artists exclaimed again and again. They hurried forward to distribute the treasures. Lin Xian gave the heaven-ranked pagoda he obtained to Xing Tian. "Thank you, young master." Xing Tian was also excited. He didn't expect that Lin Xian would give him a heaven-ranked treasure. Lin Xian smiled. This was a great harvest. It was enough to fill Immortal Palace's treasury. The Crimson Dragon went in and glanced around. He put away all the tables and shelves that held the weapons. These things were preserved for tens of millions of years without spoiling. They were definitely treasures. The others thought about it and agreed. Thus, they took away everything that could be taken away. The entire palace was empty. Nothing was left. "Let's go." Everyone was happy. Lin Xian nodded and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, he frowned and a golden light appeared in his eyes. Buzz! In the next moment, he stretched out his palm. A huge palm of light grabbed forward. Boom! The void trembled and a secret compartment appeared on the ground. Then, a dark red stone platform appeared. It was more than a meter tall and appeared in the palace. The stone platform was about 2 meters in diameter. There were 17 simple treasures on it. There were flying swords, beads, gourds, and so on. Chapter 2541. There were a total of 17 items on the mysterious stone platform. They were placed randomly and emitted a terrifying aura. There were even some resplendent lights. Everyone's expression changed when they sensed the aura. Heaven-grade treasures. Heaven-grade treasures again. 17 heaven-grade treasures. These people went crazy. Their eyes were bloodshot and their breathing was rapid. "Oh heavens!" Lin Xian exclaimed. There were still hidden treasures. The others were even more shocked. They did not notice at all. How did the other party find out? His eye technique was too terrifying. Shen Jingqiu said, "Big brother Lin Xian, you're too amazing. You can even find them." Lin Xian smiled and pinched Shen Jingqiu's face. Then he walked up. "Qiu Qingqing, come. We'll split them." After all, Shen Jingqiu and Morong Qingqing were his women. Lin Xian did not feel bad about giving them treasures. Shen Jingqiu and Morong Qingqing received 5 out of the 17 heaven-grade treasures, while Lin Xian received 7. The two women were elated. Beautiful smiles hung on their lips. "Big brother Lin Xian, you're the best." Shen Jingqiu tiptoed and kissed Lin Xian's face a few times. Morong Qingqing did not do so. However, she looked at Lin Xian with eyes full of love. "All right, continue searching. There are so many palaces here. There might be treasures in other places." Lin Yuxuan waved his hand again. At the same time, he gave Peacock, Hu Yidao, and Ghostly a heaven-grade treasure each. The 3 of them were overjoyed. "Thank you, Temple Master." They were too excited. These people searched quickly. This time, they were full of enthusiasm. Their eyes were red. In each of the palaces, there were tens of thousands of earth-grade treasures. There were even a dozen heaven-grade treasures. How could they let go of such a huge treasure trove? These people searched carefully, not letting go of even a single corner. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He felt that this place was not simple. Although there were treasures on the surface, the real treasures were hidden in the dark. For example, if he did not take action, these people would not have found the stone platform. It had to be kept here for who knew how many years before it could be taken by other intruders. He then activated his heavenly secret god eyes, and a pair of golden eyes floated in the sky, looking down. Suddenly he frowned, and a fierce light appeared in his eyes. Whoosh! He floated into the distance. "Kid, what did you discover?" Seeing this, the Crimson Dragon swayed its tail and followed. Lin Xian came to a remote place. This place was very dilapidated and could not even be called a palace. It could only be called a dilapidated stone house. "Are you sure it's here?" The Crimson Dragon looked around, then looked at the magnificent palace and frowned. How could there be treasures in such a dilapidated place? Lin Xian was also confused. However, he said that he had indeed used his heavenly fate, divine eye, to sense a special aura here. It was very unusual. Xiaobai. Lin Xian took Little White out. Whitey's stomach was bulging, and it kept burping. It followed the Yaoguang holy lady and ate a lot of heavenly treasures along the way. Its stomach was bulging. It had been more than a month, and it had not refined them yet. At this moment, it was like a small ball. Therefore, it had been hiding in the black earth and sleeping to digest the heavenly treasures it had eaten. Now that it was caught by Lin Xian, the little guy waved its little claws in protest. Lin Xian knocked on it helplessly. Little guy, how many good things did you eat? Your stomach is still bulging like a ball? Wu Ji Whitey's eyes were wide open as it kept rolling around, looking like a thief. It seemed that it had benefited a lot from following the Yaoguang holy lady. All right, hurry up and let me see if there are any treasures here. Little White nodded and began to search with the treasure basin. Soon, its body swayed and it flew forward. Wu Jiet pointed at a piece of land behind. You said that the treasure is here? Lin Xian asked. Little White nodded and waved its little claws. Let me see what it is. The Crimson Dragon waved its dragon claws and clawed forward. The ground cracked and a deep pit appeared. The Crimson Dragon's claws made a clanging sound. He frowned. There was indeed something that could withstand his attack. It was definitely not an ordinary item. He waved his claws again, and the ground completely cracked open. It appeared. The Crimson Dragon cried out in surprise. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He found something in the deep pit below. That thing was very thin and folded into a square. There were dense patterns on it. It seemed to be a piece of clothing. However, it was too thin. The Crimson Dragon grabbed it. Sure enough, after the good clothes were unfolded, it was something similar to a Taoist robe. Lin Xian looked at it and found that it was engraved with runes. Its aura was obviously a heaven stage treasure. Moreover, it seemed to be a medium-grade heaven stage treasure. Not bad. I wonder how effective it is. Lin Xian was a little happy. In terms of attack power, he was not worried at all. With the Dragon Sword Soul, his attack power could continue to increase. However, in terms of defense, he was much weaker. Among the saints, he was only at the middle level. But now, with this Taoist robe, it was different. Lin Xian carefully checked the Taoist robe and found that there was nothing wrong with it. Then he put on. Whoosh! He poured his power into it. Suddenly, countless flames burned on the Taoist robe. It was very strange. Flaming Taoist robe. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Ruzelong, try attacking. After hearing that, the Crimson Dragon waved its dragon claws, and a sharp light flew out. Lin Xian did not use anything, nor did he flash. He wanted to see how defensive the Taoist robe was. With a clang, the void cracked open, and the red light blasted on it, making a sonorous sound. Lin Xian did not use any power. The attack was completely dissolved by the flames. So powerful. It was definitely a medium-grade heaven stage Taoist robe. Kid, you're rich. The Crimson Dragon was also pleasantly surprised. He did not snatch it. His body was very sturdy. Moreover, he could not wear this robe. No, you have to give me something to compensate me. The Crimson Dragon coaxed and pestered Lin Xian to get 2 heaven stage weapons. Lin Xian would not be stingy with the Crimson Dragon. He had more than a dozen heaven stage artifacts in his possession. Moreover, he was even happier that he had obtained the flaming Taoist robe. With it, Lin Xian's defense could be considered to be sufficient. It would probably be very difficult for ordinary saints to break through his defense, unless they used some powerful trump cards. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon raised their heads. Those people were coming. As expected, They were warriors from the other sacred grounds. Seeing the scene, Lin Xian's figure flashed and flew out. He put away the flames on his Taoist robe. In the distance, the warriors from the Immortal Palace and the two sacred grounds who were still searching for other palaces and pavilions also raised their heads. Oh no, they're here. Damn it, hurry up. These people were searching like crazy. If they did not find it, it would be snatched away by the other party. There were people. The warriors from the sacred grounds in the sky exclaimed when they saw this scene. What were they looking for? Could it be? It was a treasure. Hurry, hurry, look for it too. Exclamations could be heard.